Pleased to meet you, Mr. Holmes. I've heard of you. I'm just drawing this film. With you in half a mo.
Might I have a pencil?
By all means. Help yourself.
I saw your work at Friedman's. It's exceptional. Would you make a mug shot of someone for me?
Simple as pie. Let's start with a facial shape. Round, oblong, heart-shaped. You get the idea.
I've actually never seen the subject, just heard him described.
Not enough, Mr. Holmes. Without a witness, I can't do better than a caricature. You can't keep me to rights, you see. Tell me the nose is too wide and such like. I'm sorry.
You've a rare talent, Mr. Hemmings. Why not earn your living as a painter?
My art's called unsuitable on Bond Street, Mr. Holmes. People don't want to look at what I paint, let alone pay for it.
So you've settled on photographs?
I'm resigned to it. My photos of accidents and domestic disasters pay the rent. They give me the time for my work.
Would you explain this photo of you with Prince Albert?
Caught that, did you?
Unless you suffer from juvenility or you've discovered the fountain of youth, it depicts the impossible.
Too true. Not to brag, but given the raw materials, I could make the world think you hobnob with the Queen at Buck House.
Reason suggests that you've combined two photographs. But my eye can't detect where one stops and the other begins.
That's the nature of the art. Fool the eye and you fool the mind. Most people, present company excluded, believe what they see, even if it's improbable. You don't take tea with Her Majesty, do you?
I've never had the honour. An oversight, perhaps.
Just let me know. I can make it happen, if you like.
What's this ingenious box camera? I've never seen one like it.
Called a Kodak. George Eastman, an American, devised it last year. Completely portable, and the beauty part is it uses the roll film he invented. Snap anything, anywhere. Just find the subject and click. There's no exposure control, but it's a fair trade for the fixed focus lens.
So anyone can take a good picture.
The Kodak will change photography, Mr. Holmes, but it's just a tool. It won't make a great photographer. Try it if you like.
Is your ability to make composite photographs unique?
There's a few chaps with the knack.
Besides the challenge, why do they do it?
Money, Mr. Holmes. I heard there's a hoity-toity bloke up west that's made pots of brass. Sometimes he just makes people look better than they are. For a price, he fixes his clientele in the company of famous persons they've never met. For an additional fee, he supplies the twits with a bogus story that sells the photo.
Do you mix your own chemicals and develop your own film?
Just my private snaps. I mix up an alkali developer in the sink.
What mixture do you use?
Phenol is a reducing agent, sodium sulfite to control the rate of development, and a pinch of potassium salt to prevent fogging.
Then you fix the photograph with water and sodium thiosulfate.
You know about photography?
Just a few pertinent details. Might we get to work, Mr. Hemmings?
Do you bring my eyes, Mr. Holmes? Otherwise we're just fooling ourselves.
I believe the young man is a gifted artist, Watson.
You've added the arrow art criticism to your quiver of skills, then?
I know you believe my ideas of art are crude, but I remind you to remember my origins. Art in the blood takes strange forms.
Though not medically attested, certain delusions may also be hereditary.
Once again, we are insufficient for the task, Doctor.
The general description is worthless. You remark that we might need the riverman's eyewitness account. The devil is in details, as they say.
Though correct, I shouldn't like to know those who say so. Mugshots will be a crucial investigative tool in the future, Watson.
I'm sure you are right. The issue is, will the police have the sense to use it?
I wouldn't care to predicate its future success on my answer. I need your help, Mr. Needham. Will you come with us, please?
Why this time?
A picture artist needs you to describe the man you saw at the Needle. The third man. I wouldn't expect you to do it for free.
Oh, that's all right then. A commission, like. As long as the brute don't know it's me what described him, he had a dangerous aspect.
Brought the eyes, have you? Be right with you.
Does the work of a professional photographer appeal to you, Needham?
What would I have to do, Mr. Holmes?
They'd pay you to look at certain things and take pictures with a camera.
Most of what I see, I'd rather forget. Would they pay me to forget?
Not for what you've seen, sir. Unfortunately, no one would pay for that. This is Mr. Needham. He has seen the person I want drawn.
Excellent. You and I will get busy. Perhaps you'll occupy yourself, Mr. Holmes.
Needham, please describe the gentleman you saw in profile at the embankment. The third man.
I can't add nothing to what I already told you, Mr. Holmes.
A tall man with an unkempt beard and a stain of some sort on his left cheek, correct?
That's him.
Perhaps you could give us a moment alone, Mr. Holmes? We'll put something together.
Oh, sorry. Of course. I'll look about, shall I? How would you evaluate Needham's powers of observation?
Acute. He was clear on the facial structure and proportions, cast of the eyes and position of the ears. There are some problems, but we muddled through. Wonder if the stain is a scar.
That's an intriguing thought. May I take the drawing with me?
Of course. Hope it helps.
I believe you did quite well, Mr. Needham.
Mr. Hemmings says so. His questions reminded me of things about the gent I'd forgot.
In investigations and life, the right answers are impossible to discover without the right questions.
Ah, yes, he was among my candidates. The beard is new, probably false. He has dark hair. You're moving in consequential circles, Sherlock. Colonel Erich Merlendorf, alias Wachthund, the guard dog. He's Prussian, of course. The facial stain is a distinctively horrible dueling scar. Only a fraction of it shows here. It's huge, and he wears it like an angry mask.
Who is he?
Principal agent and factotum of the German Imperial Chancellor, Otto von Bismarck. Fiercely loyal to his employer's interests and protective of his reputation. A very cold customer. What's he doing in London, I wonder?
No good, I assure you. Is he an official agent of Imperial Germany?
Not exactly. But I've invited an old friend to join us who can address that issue. Given your previous remarks and our shared suspicions, I thought he might be helpful. Is that a problem?
No, I'm grateful. Your discretion and judgment in such matters is unquestioned.
Carter, would you come in, please? Sherlock Holmes, Dr. Watson, Fairfax Carter, Home Office Attaché.
I've heard your name from Mycroft, sir. Friedman has filled you in?
As he was able. Might you put us more in the picture?
No. Mycroft has requested secrecy. I shall respect that. Reputations are at stake. The nation's security, maybe. If I fail, you should know all. If I succeed, you will learn no more than you know now. Can we deal on that basis?
I am not entirely without other sources of information, as I think you know. Your commitment to your brother's cause is commendable.
You presumably heard us speaking of Colonel Merlendorf?
I did.
It must be assumed that this Prussian is involved in an operation hostile to British interests. Is it possible he has the Kaiser's blessing and the sanction of the German Imperial government?
I don't believe so. I fervently hope not. He would not risk it. He would not do it.
Your reasons?
The Kaiser is trying to curb the power and influence of his bitter rival, the domineering Imperial Chancellor Otto von Bismarck.
Explain, please.
Wilhelm has been courting favor throughout Europe, separating himself from Bismarck's aggressive policies. Discovery of such an operation would undermine his efforts to establish his own authority and demolish the progress he has made in repairing Bismarck's damage. Besides, he is currently well disposed toward his mama, the Empress Frederick, who despises the Chancellor. Finally, he would risk the displeasure of his grandmama, Queen Victoria, and his cousins at this critical time.
If it's not an official operation, what might the Prussians' motives be?
I cannot say with assurance, but I would hazard that whatever he is doing here is intended to enhance the Chancellor's position with the German military and re-establish his dominance over the Emperor.
I see. Merlendorf is Bismarck's creature, not the Kaiser's.
Exactly.
Can you help me gain access to the Kaiser? I know he's in London.
I could arrange an interview. The Kaiser, as it happens, is familiar with your name and reputation, but this would be strictly a personal affair. The government must not be suspected of having any official involvement in your inquiry.
That's understood. You'll inform us of a time and place?
I'll send a message to your lodgings.
What kind of man is the Kaiser?
Not brilliant, but he's keen and energetic. Has the regrettable habit of speaking of himself in the third person. Convinced that he belongs to a distinct order of mankind, designated for monarchy by the grace of God.
And Bismarck wants to put his thumb in the eye of that belief.
Correct. As a boy, he imitated Bismarck as an act of parental defiance. Now he's alarmed the Chancellor by imitating Frederick the Great. In the end, we believe him fundamentally wiser and more progressive than Bismarck. They'll certainly come to blows, and given your inquiry, may have done already.
Milady will receive you following her offering to the musical deities. Please give her a moment to compose herself. Oh, she's most vexed, as they must be from the sound of it. I believe you've exhausted your admiration for that portrait, Mr. Holmes. Put it down. If you're that desperate to have a likeness of me, Mr. Holmes, something can be arranged. I possess the only negative. A copy could be made.
Thank you, milady. Do not trouble yourself. The memory of it will serve me better. Can you identify that odour, Watson?
The unmistakable scent of wretched excess.
Moralizing aside, if you please. Is it some sort of camphorated oil?
Incense, I think, to impress the arbiters of bad taste or disguise a fouler smell.
I'd rank it somewhere between a sick ward and a low-rent perfumery. This looks like an engagement photo. I didn't see one at Lawton's.
I expect he has one, if only to display when she comes around.
We may not have exhausted his collection. We have interrupted your practice session, Lady Lockridge. My apologies.
I will not satisfy your vanity, Mr. Holmes, by asking how you knew what I was doing. What do you want?
Civility would be welcome.
I had hoped your uninvited visit would be a pleasant interruption for my battle with Mozart. Alter your tone and my girl will show you the door.
Felicitations are in order, I believe. You are affianced to Lord Lawton?
He has that honour. Your visit concerns him.
I'm investigating a sensitive matter which came before his ministry committee. Lawton was unable to assist me. I thought you might be able to help.
An official investigation? Has he done something improper or dishonourable?
Lord Lawton is not the object of my investigation. I currently have no allegations to bring.
His reputation cannot stand a single sniff of scandal. I won't hear the hint of one in my home. If you have no accusations, the subject of Lord Lawton is closed.
What a superb instrument. A Guarneri, isn't it?
To a true artist, the instrument is but a tool. Do you play, Mr. Holmes?
I dabble, Lady Lockridge. Unlike yourself, my meagre talent cannot conceal my incompetence.
I'm sure it cannot. But I was not always a master, Mr. Holmes. The musical bounty you hear now is the fruit of arduous practice. Do likewise, and you may one day hope to approach my ability.
I'll look forward to that. Who was the lucky photographer, Lady Lockridge? He did a beautiful job.
You think so, do you? Well, if I ever see him again, perhaps I'll convey your sentiments. Given his clientele, I'm sure he couldn't care less for the good opinion of a man like you.
Might I say your decorator was inspired, Lady Lockridge? Did he take guidance from you?
Followed my instructions to the letter. As it happens, I have impeccable taste. I could have been a designer if it weren't below my station.
You are a rare and flexible musician, I perceive.
Given my technique, I would have been a superb pianist. But my inspiration is consumed by the violin.
You must favour us with a selection. I'm sure Dr. Watson would think real music a wonderful change.
Those who possess the gift must share it with the less fortunate, Mr. Holmes. Noblesse oblige. And I would play for you now, but my energies are currently devoted to mastering a troublesome Paganini etude.
Another time would suit.
But as you press so fervently, I shouldn't like to disappoint you. Perhaps a little Paganini, as you insist. I can't think what's wrong with this instrument. It doesn't seem to care for Paganini. You must excuse me. I have to return to my etude.
Perhaps it would help if I played Lord Lawton's part.
It might. You couldn't play worse than he. You see, it's a hodgepodge.
A lovely photograph of you and Lord Lawton, if I may say so.
You may, though it doesn't really show me to advantage. It marks the agreement to ally our houses. Lawton's very pleased with his. Doubtless you saw it in his music room.
My hat, Lady Lockridge. You've set yourself two very difficult pieces. All will be well with time and practice.
I doubt it, Mr. Holmes. Far from well. My artistic soul has been vexed and discommoded. I am displeased. The Mozart is merely challenging, but the etude is a heartache. Either Paganini was a fool, or he has been erroneously transcribed. There are simply too many notes. This piece is entirely unplayable.
Might I presume to offer my assistance?
I can't imagine how you might help.
If I may borrow the score, I shall return.
Take it, by all means, before I rip it to shreds.
I doubt that wretched face has any more to teach. I wonder if friend Farthington knows the disparaged solicitor Bledsoe.
Because they've both been called to the bar? I would think it highly improbable. Farthington never had much of a practice.
Lawton said Bledsoe kept chambers at Gray's Inn. Farthington lives there. He's just the gentle sort to befriend an outcast. Let's be off, Watson, while the scent is fresh.
I'm no tracking hound, Holmes, but I know how to hunt.
Lady Cordelia, I may have discovered where Paganini went wrong.
Indeed? I knew it. Show me. I must know his wicked folly.
The etude requires a very unorthodox fingering. It's quite bizarre, most eccentric. It violates every convention a master like yourself could be expected to observe.
Show it, show it.
May I?
The transcriptor is a torturer and an idiot. I told Lawton at least a dozen times it had to be wrong. I'd like to wring his neck. Thank you, Mr. Holmes, for pointing out the error of his ways.
Might you now tell me, my lady, why Lord Lawton has been reluctant to speak with me?
Caution, Mr. Holmes. Simple prudence. Lord Lawton is on a very short tether. The peccadilloes, financial encumbrances and legal obligations of his past meet me everywhere in town. He must avoid untoward entanglements of any sort or imperil his marriage prospects. He may regard you as a threat to his expectations.
But I bear him no ill will. I intend him no harm.
I dare say. But the road to oblivion is paved with good intentions. You are trouble incarnate, Mr. Holmes. Troubles employ you. They nurture you. And I'll wager you almost always leave trouble in your wake. Now, I must practice. You can see yourselves out.
What can you tell me about Lord Lawton's man, Jenkins?
He's too forward by half, for starters. Lord Lawton allows him to play billiards, for heaven's sake. A prescription for encouraging a servant to get above himself.
Perhaps they enjoy the competition.
Nonsense. It's an unhealthy passion. I've told Jenkins that his behaviour is unseemly. He continues to spite me. When we combine households, he'll be looking for work, sans references.
Lady Lockridge, who is Mr. Hargrove?
Discovered a secret, have you? I suppose you've earned it. Edward Hargrove, Mount Street, is the demi-monde's current darling. Dubious clientele. Persistent, disagreeable rumours. But Lawton insisted. And he did a good job. Still, a woman of my standing and position can't afford to be associated with such a person. He's not unimpeachably respectable.
I sense resistance. Do you suppose she will not assist us?
I wouldn't be surprised if her manners were as abominable as her decor.
Purple appeals to some people.
The colour scheme does not signify. It's the ostrich feathers and the marble pots and the ostentatious use of gold leaf that I abhor. The sooner we vacate these premises, the better.
Something you'd like to hear, Watson?
Perhaps one of your own compositions, Holmes. But mind you do justice to the difficult sections, if you take my meaning.
Perfectly apt and instantly grasped, Doctor. Hepplethwaite, I must see Silverbridge. Immediately.
What do you imagine has changed since you were last denied your wish?
Certainly not your impertinence, but as you are his keeper, I'll tell you. The probable thief of a ministry document has been brutally murdered. Silverbridge instigated the move to terminate an official investigation into the theft. You may draw your own inferences. I have drawn mine. He may speak to me now, or to Inspector Lestrade later. Announce us now, or I will bring the entire investigative apparatus of Scotland Yard and the Ministry of Defence to bear on this house.
Your reputation for subtlety is undeserved, Mr. Holmes. I'll take you in.
Doesn't the child have his own room?
Of course, but he spends most of his time in here with his father. His effects are always available. I'm under instructions not to tidy.
Hepplethwaite, what's going on? Is he very ill?
He'll come round. Be patient for a moment. The potion usually works unless he's been abusing it.
Does this happen frequently?
He's been frail since his wife's death. Occasionally physical consequences manifest themselves.
Holmes? Did you say Holmes?
Yes, sir. Mr. Sherlock Holmes, I believe.
You do not look well, Mr. Silverbridge.
Forgive my not rising. Unsteady on my pegs of late.
My news will not improve your condition. Thomas Pratt has been brutally murdered.
Oh, how dreadful. Why was he killed?
The motive is unclear, but he was certainly involved in the formula's disappearance from the ministry. The vigorous investigation that you quashed is now not only justified, it is urgently necessary. My brother will expect your support. Will you assist him?
No. I mean, oh my heavens, Oh, yes, thank you, I think.
Did you know Pratt well?
No, seemed a civil chap, a little dissipated. There were rumours. What happened?
He was shot and discarded in the Thames, like a sewer rat.
If he was the thief, I should think the matter of the document's disappearance is closed.
Hardly. We should all want to know why he stole it, and for whom. Your committee will be especially interested in what he did with it, and my brother will want to know why the initial inquiry was abandoned. I assure you, questions will be raised.
You'll have to excuse me, gentlemen. I'm not feeling well.
That's your son's portrait, isn't it? Handsome lad. Where is he now?
Virgil is at school at Marylebone in Windsor. He's a day pupil.
He looks a clever boy. Must take after his mother. I believe I'll call on him.
Mr. Holmes, please don't. I beg you. Stop. You don't know what you're doing. I must not assist. But please.
Epplethwaite, where is Virgil Silverbridge?
I saw him off to school on a Windsor train.
His father believes the boy is in danger. You suspect the same, or you're dimmer than I think.
The master's worried sick, Mr. Holmes, as you've seen, and he's frightening me. He's eaten nothing. The fainting is worse than when his missus passed away. It must have to do with Virgil. Nothing else would undo him.
What's happened? What's different? When did he change?
He brought home a letter yesterday on pink paper. I saw it when I lighted the fire. He did not confide its contents to me, but he has been closeted away since then. Hasn't left the room. It falls apart in private.
His jacket has no pockets, and there is no paper on his desk. Do you know where the letter is now?
I never saw it out of his hand. He may have burned it.
I don't believe Silverbridge destroyed it, but given his condition, I don't think he will voluntarily admit it exists, let alone divulge its contents. We must have that letter, Watson.
What is it, Holmes?
It's an opening move, Watson. PQ4, PQB4, NQB3, PK4. It's a variation on the famous Queen's Gambit. Probably saw his father make the move. But why write it down? Note the Windsor postmark, the lip gloss on the adhesive, and stationer's watermark.
If your committee's investigation continues or the police learn of this note, Virgil's temporary absence will become permanent. Compliance will ensure his safe return in a few days' time.
Oh, yes, thank you, I think.
The note is genuine, isn't it? He is missing.
Yes, when the headmaster reported Virgil's absence, I had already received the note. I said the boy was ill.
Kidnapping is an atrocious crime, and extortion is as bad. But there is more at stake here than your son's well-being.
Virgil is my heir and only child. I could not jeopardize his safety for the sake of a classified document.
You may have jeopardized the security of your country.
To my everlasting shame, I fear you are right. It was a difficult choice, Mr. Holmes. Pray you never have to make it.
I will not judge you, sir. This crime is a strand in a tortuously tangled knot of theft, murder, and conspiracy. Despite the note's warning, I must try to unravel this snarl of deception and perfidy. You are wrong to assume the kidnapper's goodwill. Virgil is temporarily useful to them. When he ceases to be, who knows what will happen? One does not trust the word of extortionists. He must be urgently found.
My hopes and Virgil's too rest with you, Mr. Holmes.
Can you spare a picture of the boy?
Of course.
He's bigger now, and his hair has lost most of its lovely red.
And what about something that is particularly his?
Take anything.
Why did you move to terminate the investigation into the theft?
In the end, it was unanimous, excepting Mycroft. The document was deemed insignificant, all things considered.
Flapdoodle. Others may have calculated the political consequences should the disappearance be exposed, but not you, I think. Was your vote coerced?
What an asinine question, of course not. I'm my own man on all issues.
What I see around me refutes that contention.
My domestic arrangements are no concern of yours.
Wrong, Mr. Silverbridge. Whatever motivates you concerns me. I believe you were coerced, and I will ferret out the truth, the consequences be damned. Is there any more you can tell us, Mr. Silverbridge?
I'm afraid not. I have expended all my energy trying and failing to justify my culpable silence. I may have harmed my country and done nothing for my boy.
Lose that thought, sir. Conserve your strength for the struggle to come. We're for Windsor, Doctor. Any pertinent ideas?
None you haven't considered. Shall we renew our acquaintance with a certain redoubtable hound?
You know my methods. Use the best tool for the job. If your hair is on fire, don't try to put it out with a hammer.
Do you know who holds the boy?
Not at all. But I do know that a woman with dubious taste in cosmetics sealed the ransom note. I presume she posted it. It is likewise clear that she did not write the note.
Clear to you, perhaps. A professional opinion would not be amiss.
The possessions suggest an active lad. Would you not agree, Watson?
My child's mind envies the bounty. Still, he seems a housebound boy, and that can't be all good.
My compliments, Sherman. I hope we find you well.
Blast you, Sherlock! You've interrupted a perfectly good nap. What do you want?
Common courtesy would make for a pleasant change.
That commodity's in shorter supply than usual. What's your business?
We'd like to borrow Toby.
Added a question.
Must we guess the reason for your foul humour?
And you've the brass to call yourself a detective?
Your rheumatism is acting up, I see, and you've been sleeping poorly.
True, but I'm more than 10. Common ailments at my age.
Then, of course, your canine companion is not on the premises.
Perhaps you're not as slow-witted as you look.
Would you like a fresh cuppa, Sherman?
Do you think Toby can be had for a cup of tea? The scheme's unworthy of you, lad.
I won't insult your intelligence, Sherman. Don't insult mine. If you're beyond recognizing a civil gesture, we can leave.
If I impute a polluted motive to your actions, Sherlock, I'm sorry.
Apology accepted, old friend.
Recall that I said if.
We have need of your treasure's skill.
Everybody wants Toby. I wonder I'm still in business. Well, you can't have him. He's abandoned me, fickle beast. Dallying out west with his lady friend, I'll wager. A slinky Afghan. The dot has to run us St. James Park.
You haven't hidden him or let him out to others, have you?
You know I'd lend him if I could. When have I denied you?
Sherman, have you ever considered ventilating these premises?
Nothing worse for man or beast than a chill wind. Besides, the scent of the neighbourhood is not what you might call savoury.
Of all the creatures in the shop, I'm partial to Badger.
If I thought you were serious, I would schedule a sanity hearing. Badger is a bad-tempered, malignant brute. Have you forgotten when he buried his teeth in your ankle?
It's just his nature.
Yes, he was a thoroughly nasty one.
Sherman's in a snit. Suggestions?
The old bird stuffer is kin to his more malevolent species.
He's just lonely, and it makes him irritable. Will you come, Toby?
There is something better than human in him. He wishes to follow you, but he will not abandon the boy without his blessing.
Hello, young man.
May I pet your dog? You probably shouldn't. He's not vicious, but he doesn't seem to like it. Petting, that is.
Could you play a lilting waltz for me, Birdie?
With pleasure, Mr. Holmes.
Hello, Birdie. Business brisk?
Not so as you notice, Mr. Holmes. After government's passed by and trade still stinks, I'll wager not much of the Queen's work got done today.
I'm sure you're right. Fred in fine form?
As always, more than once I've wished I had his disposition.
Birdie, what do you know of the little fellow on the bench?
Master St. John Hart. He's often here, lives with relations across the way. Just took up with that pooch.
You know the dog?
I've seen him before. Look how he sits so quiet. Seems to understand the boy needs his company.
He wouldn't mistreat the animal.
Never. Always kind to Fred and keen. Knows all about his simian ancestors. I've been tempted to lend him out. Boy's always alone. Pa's in India. He could use a friend.
I think I recognize your dog. His name is Toby.
No, my dog's name is Rex. He stays right by me.
I'm sure he likes you very well. But he belongs to an old man who misses him.
Then he shouldn't let Rex run untended. Finders keepers. I'll take better care of him. He's my friend. I'm keeping him, no matter what Aunt Agatha says.
Do you like Kipling's work?
What's that?
The book you were reading. It's by Rudyard Kipling.
Is it? Father sent it to me. I like the animal stories. They're interesting. The animals. There's one like a weasel. He's especially clever.
Listen, lad, I need to borrow Toby. May I do that?
I couldn't give up Rex.
But I need him to find another boy who's lost. He might be in great danger.
Well, I'm sorry for him, but Rex is my friend.
Perhaps we could arrange for a reward, a finder's fee. Would you like that?
I don't want money. I want a friend.
Have you spoken with Sir Avery Fanshawe recently?
Oh, not in 20 years. He's across the way now at his usual spot. Old fool thinks I ridiculed him. I told him his mixture was too rich for songbirds. Took it as a personal affront. He attracts only pigeons and blames me for it.
There's no reasoning with a man whose passion is thwarted.
Is that the voice of sadder but wiser experience, Watson? Never mind. You're spot on, and it gives me an idea. Let's feed the birds. Give me a mix to draw the best warblers, Mr. Hayward.
For sixpence, Mr. Holmes, I'll guarantee an exaltation of larks.
Sherman, a young boy is caring for Toby. I'd like to reward him for his trouble.
You're on your own hook there, Sherlock. I'm without funds.
He's not looking for money. Another pet might serve. Might I purchase one for him?
A business transaction? That's novel. No, it would be like selling one of my children. I might give one away, but not Badger.
The stoat, then? Or your Indian companion?
Ah, the mongoose. Yes, I would part with him, if I could find him. The little brute has disappeared again. He's a clever beast, like all of his species.
Here's the rascal, taking a kip in your clock.
Excellent. I suppose he had the cuckoo for a snack. Naughty goose. Still, you'll make a nice pet for the boy.
We've brought a new companion for you, Master Hart.
What is it? Tell, please. What is it?
An Indian mongoose.
Lovely. He'll be easy to hide in my room.
Treat him well, won't you?
I will. I promise. I can keep him.
Of course. May we take Toby, Rex?
If you can get him to go with you. I hope he finds what you're looking for. Bye, Rex.
Bring the hound, Watson. We're off to Windsor. I hope the trail is not too cold. We've scoured the town without success. Ideas?
My powers of invention have been depleted, Holmes. We've visited every public hostelry and residential hotel. I've run out of pretext for inquiring about the lad. But let's presume that Toby had a reason for coming this way.
I'm a bit disappointed in the old boy. In fairness, he didn't have a lot to go on. The lad might not even be in Windsor.
I believe the hound is not played out yet, and so do you.
I apologize for interrupting your labor. Might I have a moment?
If you're quick about it.
Do you recognize this stationery?
Of course. That paper's pink or sky blue. It's very popular. It's highly affordable, and the scent is refined, and the castle watermark gives it a certain cachet.
Then you couldn't say who might have purchased it.
Not a chance. We sell several boxes each week.
I know it's unusual, but could I ask you to smell the letter?
The scent has been adulterated. I should say overwhelmed by some very common toilet water.
Does the smell recall any particular customer to mind?
No. That smell sends me running for my handkerchief. Good day.
Have you sold any peppermints recently?
Funny you should ask. A lady bought £2 worth just today. She usually buys toffee. Got a real sweet tooth, she has.
You know where she lives?
Can't say. She comes from that way.
Thank you, lad, for your trouble. Have you recently seen a boy in a marrow-bone uniform? His dark hair may still show some red.
Me brothers are redheads, but they never went to school.
I rather meant a customer. He was probably accompanied by a woman.
No, sir, I've seen no such couple.
Is it a holiday? The streets seem nearly deserted.
Maxwell Werner at your service, sir. Yes, most perceptive. It's a marvel. No scooting or scrambling like the city. No grime, no crime. Wonderful commercial opportunities in this vicinity. I've some admirable properties I could show you.
We're not exactly in the market, thank you.
Ah, well, more's the pity. Business is a bit slack, if the truth be told. I believe I'll take the day off.
There's a small person lying on the settee, Watson. I see a sprig of chestnut hair.
I never doubted, Toby. Let's find our way in. Discretion is essential. You'll only damage your shoulder with that sort of behavior. Use your head.
That hurts more at the moment. The appalling stupidity of certain criminals defies the imagination.
I hope you can take the greatest possible advantage of your observation. Like lucky house burglars, we must be thankful for fools who conceal their keys in imprudent locations.
My God, that was awful. How's the boy? Can he travel?
Calm yourself, Holmes. He'll be fine. What happened?
It was Red Millie, Watson. Struck dead by a beer wagon.
I haven't heard her name for years. This outrage doesn't seem her style. Who are her cohorts?
Well asked. She would never act alone.
They wouldn't be the first malefactors to be shot of their crime on learning that you were in pursuit.
If you're right, I've been careless. But she can't tell us herself. Her body might. Or this house.
What does it matter? We have the boy.
Unfortunately, his rescue does not complete our task. We're swimming in very deep waters, and the shore is nowhere in sight. What is Virgil's condition, Doctor?
I suspect he's been drugged. If so, he'll be sick shortly. I recommend we remove him from here.
Agreed. Go by the alley. The police will be along soon. The accident has drawn attention like manure draws flies. No need to complicate this any further. Take our cab, leave Virgil with Jonas, and discreetly inform his father that the boy is safe. Best return Toby so Sherman doesn't have a conniption.
And what will you do?
I hope there is more to learn here. In a long chain of evidence, this link is now damaged. It will break and become useless if I don't move quickly. Take good care of the boy, Watson. You bear no blame in this disaster, sir. The accident was unavoidable.
I know it in me head, Gov. But me heart ain't got the message. I never seen her till she was under the horses. I'll be all right, but not soon. And I suppose the coppers will be coming round.
Did you send word to the MP, Watson?
Discreetly sent and gratefully acknowledged, Holmes.
What have you told the boy?
I promised him tea, and I said we would see him home.
And so we will, but not now. For the moment, he'll have to fit in here. Wiggins, I need your assistance. Are you free?
I got things that needs attention. Is this a paying proposition?
Yes. Virgil, meet Wiggins. Wiggins, this is Virgil. I'd like you to keep an eye on him. Take him with you on your rounds.
Bit green, ain't he? Won't last an hour on the street. Clothes will get stale. Or worse.
Perhaps I should take the boy home, or at least upstairs.
No, Doctor. His home may be watched, and our rooms are unsuitable for an unsupervised lad. Wiggins, take Virgil to Stitch Rumsey's on Jermyn Street. Tell him what Virgil needs by way of suitable clothing. I'll settle with him later.
Right, Gav. If you've got the tin, I've got the time. Let's go, boy.
Have you made any deductions, Watson?
None, Holmes. I have observed too little and understood even less.
Your honesty is both comfort and caution to me. Let us proceed. What would you recommend as a course of action, Watson?
I'd follow my instincts, but I won't waste my breath endorsing that path to you. Don't despair of your own methods now.
Between the two of us, Doctor, there are occasions when feeling may serve us better than rational thought. Have I remarked, Watson, that Wiggins possesses admirable pluck?
You once noted he had the makings of a master criminal.
Quite right. Resourceful as a spider, fearless as a mongoose, and discreet as a crocodile bird.
You might as well have said he had the makings of a great detective.
I did, Watson. I did indeed. Recommendations, Watson?
Nothing material, Holmes. I'm sorry. Despite your best efforts, I've understood little of what I've seen or heard.
But you have an inclination, surely.
Well, you might assert more of your own presence in the investigation. Yours is the finest mind for detection in the world. I don't believe you have exploited the leads that you have taken such pains to develop.
Come in, Mrs. Hudson. Preparations are complete for your reception at apartments at Kensington. You are expected dispose of this note, F.C.
A bit melodramatic, but I'm sure you may accommodate him. I understand his reluctance to make this an official matter.
Reluctance would be an understatement, I think. I'll clean the surface with a pinch of jeweller's rouge.
You'll have to make it first.
The jeweller's mark should be legible. There it is. I recognize it. Burlington Jewellers in the Arcade. Smarmy sort of place.
Perhaps we should make ourselves unwelcome there.
I don't see why not. I wonder if friend Farthington knows the disparaged solicitor Bledsoe.
Because they've both been called to the bar? I would think it highly improbable. Farthington never had much of a practice.
Lawton said Bledsoe kept chambers at Gray's Inn. Farthington lives there. He's just the gentle sort to befriend an outcast. Come along, Watson. The game's afoot.
Quite so, Holmes.
He may be engaged. I haven't even announced you. Were you raised by wolves? I can't approve impositions on Mr. Farthington's time. He does little enough real work as it is. People without appointments are so aggravating.
Good day, gentlemen. What a pleasant surprise. Help yourself to a sherry while I finish this brief. I won't be long. Do you suppose Paul and Anna would sit for such a photograph for me?
There's no need. Anna has the negative to that one.
I'll buy you some lemon drops if you're desperate.
Asking you to keep your eyes to yourself is like asking a dog not to bark.
Your clerk's demeanour is unaffected by his tuition at the Charm Academy. In this inconstant world, I find comfort in his predictable impudence.
Small comfort, I should think.
At my age, Doctor, small comforts are all a wise man should expect. Speaking of which, I'm sorry for your brother's accident, Holmes. I've heard he will recover. You won't mind if I work while we talk. What may I do for you? I'm looking for a barrister named Bledsoe. He has chambers here, I believe. In candor, I advise you to look elsewhere for legal representation. This is strictly a private matter, nothing to do with the law yet. I believe he serves on your brother's committee. Surely that would be a more suitable forum for cross-examination. It would not, as it happens. Do you know where he is? I couldn't say. You would not compel me to violate a confidence as the price for telling me his whereabouts? If the substance of your colloquy is confidential, Holmes, so is his location. In fairness, I can do no less. He's a friend of sorts. You must give up something to receive. We can deal on no other basis. Where are the Egyptian funerary urns? Were they less lovely than they looked? Confiscated. Fakes, and stolen besides. I was nearly charged. A client and former friend gave them to discharge a debt. The case is in Chancery. I'll never live to see its resolution.
Justice delayed is justice denied.
Apt, Doctor, but regrettably meaningless to the Lord Chancellor. I note Cicero has replaced Demosthenes as your orator of choice. Infer no qualitative judgment. The Athenian was an unpleasant reminder of youthful excess. You may recall that he perfected his enunciation with a mouthful of pebbles. I aped his training methods, but used horehound lumps instead. One day I accidentally swallowed them all. Wreaked havoc on my digestive tract. If you won't tell me where Bledsoe is, perhaps you would tell me about him. Very well. He's a childless widower, retiring by nature. Family money allowed him the leisure to serve the government. His wife was the only daughter of Silas Berg, who publishes a toxic rag called The Gadfly. He never liked Bledsoe. Since his wife's untimely death, Bledsoe has been repeatedly pilloried in its pages as a venal hack and toadying nincompoop.
I've read those articles. Should have recollected the name. Are the allegations unjustified?
Completely unfounded. Admittedly, he's a man of modest endowments, but he's tireless and honest, with no ambition beyond service to the Queen, and of course, staying out of harm's way. He is not an adventurer who would betray his country? Never. Though it's not strictly a question of patriotism. Regrettably, most men's loyalty is not proof against the right inducement. But Bledsoe so despises excitement of any kind, he would perish from anxiety simply contemplating such an act. Must I rummage through the bowels of the Inns of Court looking for the man? You might find his chambers, but you would not find him. Never there. Hasn't had a brief in years. He's not a man altogether comfortable with human contact. I hope Paul and Anna Carraway are well.
They are, thanks to you. Lord Brumwell was financially ruined, you know. Exposure of his son's real maternity drove him over the edge.
Paul and Anna are living on their own then?
They prefer it that way. Sir Avery Fanshawe bought the Brumwell place, kit and caboodle, for his wife, so Anna is out from under the estate taxes.
Who is the PB referred to in your calendar, Farthington?
Perhaps I've misread your character, Holmes. You seem oblivious to the claims of privacy.
I apologize, Farthington. My zeal overtook my judgment. I assume that Bledsoe is more than a casual acquaintance, Farthington?
I know your methods, Holmes. You never assume when proof is available.
Waters is still the image of incivility. I wonder that Farthington keeps him on.
A competent clerk may be hard to find. Then again, some people tolerate abusive behavior better than others.
We could waste precious time looking for Bledsoe and still come up empty. I'm stymied, Watson.
I'm sorry to hear it, Holmes, because that makes two of us. Perhaps we should move on.
I trust Farthington implicitly. Should I confide something of our mission to him?
That must be your decision, Holmes. Mycroft would expect no less.
We did a good bit of work for the Carraways, Watson, if I say so myself.
One day the world will learn of it too. It's called The Case of the Serrated Scalpel.
You've written it up, have you? Shall I see it published?
Not in this lifetime, old friend. We made a promise. Rest assured, I've given credit where it was due. Protected the innocent and vilified the guilty. All received their just deserts.
Will you settle for the reason I wish to speak with him and trust me for the details?
Of course.
A document went missing from the Ministry of Defence, and Bledsoe is among the last persons known to have seen it. He subsequently moved to terminate the inquiry into its disappearance. The probable thief has now been found, dead, executed. You see my problem.
As he openly signed out the document and returned it, and was not alone in his opposition to the inquiry, I don't think I can help you, Holmes. You are on a sort of unofficial fishing expedition, and Bledsoe is an excitable character of nervous disposition. I truly don't know where he is at the moment.
I'd beg you to arrange a meeting with Bledsoe, Farthington.
What makes you think I can do that?
Because I have told you nearly nothing that you have not already heard from his own mouth. What neither of you may know is that my brother's injuries resulted from an attempt on his life by those responsible for stealing the document.
You are a man of probity, Holmes, but you are an aggressive investigator. Can I secure your pledge that you will neither badger nor harass Bledsoe?
I promise. Please, Farthington, the security of the nation may be at risk.
No need to up the ante, Holmes. I take this as serious. If I can arrange a meeting, I'll send a wire to your digs. Still on Baker Street, are you?
Naturally, at 221B.
Fine. If my office holds no more interest for you, please see yourselves out.
What does Farthington's description of Bledsoe suggest to you?
He sounds a reclusive type, overly fond of tranquility, unpredictable and antisocial. Perhaps slightly unhinged.
And frightened silly, I'll wager. I should dismiss him for cause as a suspect. Nevertheless, I must speak with him. It is always a mistake to ignore the obvious. Questions, Watson?
Does it seem to you that security at the ministry is not everything it might be?
It seems that security there is nothing it ought to be.
No use crying over spilt milk, I suppose.
Right. Wait till it turns rancid, then gag on it.
Make yourselves comfortable, gentlemen. I will be with you momentarily.
The Kaiser has a diverse collection of reading materials.
You expected von Clausewitz, the Brothers Grimm, and Grillparzer?
No, but the range of titles is impressive.
You surprise me, Holmes. Anyone can have a library. The question is, does he read?
Thank you for receiving us, sir, in your apartments.
Our pleasure, Mr. Holmes. Accompanied by your Boswell, too. One has read of your ingenious exploits, of course. The Empress Frederick will be quite envious.
Very kind of you to say, sir.
These were Prince Albert's rooms. The Kaiser is sensible of the honor his cousins bestow.
I perceive the resemblance between you and Frederick the Great.
A few fine traits run strong in our family. Regrettably, not all. The sweep of his genius was enormous. Soldier, musician, politician. He loved England, you know.
And the affection was reciprocated. Who is your Voltaire, sir?
Such men are not common, Mr. Holmes. But the Kaiser has determined he will be found.
Given your title, I would have thought a memento of the first Caesar to be appropriate for your rooms.
Never! The title is a linguistic accident endured also by my Russian cousin. Julius was an ambitious demagogue and profligate. His reign was not divinely ordained, and he betrayed his birthright, which must always be wrong.
Your view of history is illuminating, sir. My mission is difficult, Your Highness. May I speak frankly?
You may. Mr. Carter recommends you, and the Kaiser opines that you are a man of goodwill.
I believe an agent of the Imperial Chancellor is engaged in a scheme detrimental to British interests and to your own intentions, as I understand them.
One is not surprised. Von Bismarck and I are at odds. He is a desperate man. Who is the agent?
I'd like you to confirm his identity. Please look at this and tell me if he strongly reminds you of someone. I believe you have recognized the likeness, Your Majesty. Who is it?
Bismarck's cur, Colonel Mullendorf. If he's in England, it's an unofficial visit. I left him in Berlin without a beard, incidentally. What is he involved in?
I believe he has received or will receive Ministry of Defense secrets, which were stolen by a British clerk.
Espionage would suit Bismarck's current style. Mullendorf, der Wachthund as he's known, is the Chancellor's instrument. He doubtless intends to turn over the stolen material to my military and compromise them. Can his plans be frustrated?
If he and the document are still in England, yes. The affair need never reach the public's notice here or in Germany. To that end, I have kept Scotland Yard out of my inquiry. I should say that Her Majesty's government believes you blameless in this matter. What do you know of Mullendorf's habits, Your Highness?
Almost nothing. He's a great bore, and my father distrusted him. We have no common connection save Graf von Zeppelin. I do recall that he's a trencherman, enormous appetite, and he adores Wagner, a fool for the ring. Decent voice, I believe.
Why would he act contrary to your interests? His behavior is treasonous.
He reveres Bismarck as the true embodiment of the state.
But he owes allegiance to his emperor, surely. What of duty and loyalty?
Attributes of national character may turn to vices in some men, Mr. Holmes. British imperturbability may become callousness. The French concern for appearance may devolve into vanity. Obedience is a Prussian virtue. But slavish compliance to false authority is its vice.
Thank you, Your Highness.
He does not lack for courage, Mr. Holmes. Do not underestimate him. If you confront him, he will not slink away.
We must take our leave, Your Highness. Any parting advice?
I counseled great caution. While serving as a provincial official, Mullendorf was several times charged with reckless and violent behavior, but he was not once convicted. Witnesses for the prosecution always seem to disappear before trial. Keinen Zeugen, keinen Probe. No witnesses, no proof. He is a dangerous and unpredictable adversary. Take no chances.
Thank you for your concern.
And I can offer a morsel which may confer an advantage if you confront him. Mention Baron Hushold Svoboda. It was he who laid open Mullendorf's face in an unlawful duel. Not 5 men know both participants. Mullendorf knows that I am one of them. He will be mortified, if not chastened, to learn that you come from me. Hushold Svoboda's name will serve you better than my imperial seal.
I'll remember the name, Your Highness. Thank you. Old Fritz has a place of honor here. It appears to be an honest likeness.
What was Frederick to Wilhelm II?
Great-uncle to his grandfather. By all accounts, the most illustrious commander of his age, notwithstanding the fact that expediency was his first and only political principle.
I read he was cold, snuff-stained, secretive and excessively cerebral. Not precisely the role model one might wish for a new emperor.
The image does not inspire confidence among foreigners. Nevertheless, he was a masterful combination of remarkable characteristics. He was not gratuitously dubbed the Great. Friend and foe found him so. The Kaiser has a diverse collection of reading materials.
You expected von Clausewitz, the brothers Grimm and Grillparzer?
No, but the range of titles is impressive.
You surprise me, Holmes. Anyone can have a library. The question is, does he read?
What a beautiful weapon. My single stick would be no match for it.
Interesting, but not material, unless you were planning on asking the Kaiser for a duel.
Such an instrument might have other uses. What's the point of the spike? Have I missed something about the design of this helmet?
I doubt it. Even the Prussian military is entitled to an occasional flight of fancy.
What folly? I must say I'm shocked. Have you seen the man depicted in this likeness, Wiggins?
I might have done, Mr. Holmes. This the geezer I'm looking for.
Very like him, I suspect. Did I mention there's a half-crown should you find him?
I'd do most anything for the money, but it's a big city. Do you know anything more about him?
Not at the moment. Wiggins, could this be the man you followed up the Strand?
Could be the bloke, Mr. Holmes. You find him then?
Only this picture. He's not naturally fair, and the beard is false.
He's taken a lot of trouble.
He has a lot to lose. You're still on the case, Wiggins. Take Virgil with you and be careful. Don't put yourselves at risk. If you spot him, return home. There's a guinea for you when I find him.
I'd do most anything for the money, but it's a big city. Do you know anything more about him?
Try the restaurants around Piccadilly, especially those serving German food, and check the matinee audiences at the West End Opera House. If you have to lurk, be discreet.
I know me business, Mr. Holmes.
Of course you do, Wiggins. I'm sorry.
Polish up the brass. It's as good as mine.
Will you share your thoughts about our case, Watson?
Oh, I regret my head is as empty as my pockets, Holmes.
If the Prussian is still in London, Wiggins will find him.
He is a marvel, Holmes, but not a miracle worker. Given your description, he was more than fortunate the first time. Do you expect Lady Luck to smile on him twice?
If he must rely on that fickle sprite, I fear for his chances. But don't underestimate him, Watson. He has gifts only dreamt of by Lestrade. Virgil, where is Wiggins? Why have you returned alone?
He left me. I hate him. I want my papa.
Everything all right with you, Jonas?
Can't complain, Mr. Holmes. And if I did, who would listen?
Too true. There's so little kindness in the world. Have you heard from Wiggins, Jonas?
No, sir. Virgil wandered back a bit ago. Plopped down, very long face.
But why did he return alone?
Well, couldn't say. He's got a story to tell. But his mouth's closed tighter than a banker's wallet. He's completely out of sorts. There've been a few tears.
Perhaps your interrogation technique needs refinement, Jonas, or a suitable inducement may be required. Now, my boy, tell me, where has Wiggins got to?
He left me at the station, alone. It's very big. I'm going to tell my father.
Please, Virgil, you liked the suite, didn't you?
I'd like more.
You've learned something from Wiggins, I see. Where did you boys go?
We saw a big man with a red mark on his face, Victoria. He walked with another man. Wiggins hushed me and grabbed my hand.
What did this other man look like?
Taller than Papa. Eyes like an animal. Wiggins left me by the ticket window.
Yes, but where did he go?
I can't remember. I'm tired.
Virgil, I'm asking you nicely, where is Wiggins? Do you know where he has gone?
He left me. I hate him. I want my Papa. I'm tired.
You drove a hard bargain, Virgil. Now tell me, where did Wiggins go?
It was Croydon. Or Crayton. He said to get back to Baker Street sharpish or I'd wish I was never born. Well, here I am, and I still wish I wasn't.
We're all glad you were. Jonas, watch the lad. Call me an idiot, Watson. I've been wool gathering and time is of the essence. Croydon, of course. Dub me inattentive, Watson. The Kaiser dropped a clue in my lap and I missed it.
What are you rattling about, Holmes?
The Aerodrome, Watson. That's where the Prussian has gone.
And how were you to divine that?
I might have thought about how Merlindorf surreptitiously entered the country, but the clincher is Graf von Zeppelin. The Kaiser said he and Merlindorf were friends.
So?
The Graf may be the world's leading authority on lighter-than-air ships. Where can the boy have got to? Look, Watson, there's Merlindorf, by the balloon. He's in his uniform. Halt, Colonel. I believe you have something which does not rightfully belong to you. Fürchten Sie, das Schwert ist schnell und scharf. I'm sure it's very sharp, but a sword is bootless in your situation. Watson, remember the Kaiser's words. Take no chances. He's sure to have a pistol in the gondola. Shoot him if he moves to escape. I will have that formula. Es ist gefährlich, Ballon zu schießen. Dangerous by all means, Colonel, with the hydrogen gas and all. But the doctor is an expert shot, and you are a large target.
This sword is distinctly unbalanced. That's very odd.
Perhaps such a weapon sliced away part of his face.
Not one in this condition. The hilt is light and unstable. Here's the evidence I've been seeking, Watson. I know you recently witnessed the murder of Thomas Pratt. Why was he killed? Who pulled the trigger? Ich spreche kein Englisch. An agent of your experience without language skills? I don't think so. No, that won't do at all.
Mein Name ist Wachhund. Ich bin preußischer Diplomat.
Not hardly, guard dog. You're no ordinary diplomat. Did Graf Zeppelin teach you how to fly? Or was it the other way around?
Du bist ein Esel.
The Imperial Chancellor will be censured and ridiculed when this treachery is revealed.
Warum? Why? I am alone. I act alone. I am my own person. No one gives me orders.
False. You are von Bismarck's agent. It will all come out at your trial. Your failure will further degrade the Chancellor's declining reputation. The Kaiser himself is deeply embarrassed by your perfidy. He asked especially that I mention Bussolt's Swoboda to you. What do you say to that?
Give me a moment, please. May I take schnapps?
If you must, withdraw your hand slowly. Watson, what's happening? Has he ingested something virulent?
His skin is moist, and the scent of bitter almonds lingers on his breath.
Sounds like a hydrocyanic poison. They're often lethal.
He's already gone. Holmes, put it down. If it was undiluted prussic acid, a strong inhalation kills instantly.
Prussic acid? Fitting poison for a Prussian.
I'm sorry, Wiggins. My carelessness put you at risk.
It came out all right, Mr. Holmes. I've been in worse spots.
You take less notice of danger than a hansom takes of horse manure. Nothing else to say.
You owes me for the train ride from Victoria.
I'll pay you. Now the villain is deceased and the shed may explode. Are you ready to travel, my boy? We should leave before the fire brigade turns up.
I'm ready. I know it's wrong, Mr. Holmes, but I'm glad he's dead. Can I have a souvenir of him what tried to snap me?
Take the sword then, and let's be off. Are you feeling all right, Wiggins?
Doing fine, Mr. Holmes.
I'm happy to hear it. Have you come to any conclusions, Watson?
You amaze me, Holmes, calling for conclusions before we've gathered sufficient facts. I'm aware that I've occasionally been over-fond of my premature opinions. I hardly need you to point out their deficiencies.
I apologize, Watson. I'm miserable, flailing around. I'm looking for company. Forgive me. What is it, Watson? You look perplexed.
The boy, Holmes. Where is he?
Calm yourself, Doctor. Don't you imagine Jonas would have informed us if anything untoward had happened to Virgil? This photographic image is remarkably crisp. I'm certain it's the formula.
Is it authentic?
The author could confirm that. More to the point, is it unique?
It seems that every answer gives rise to further questions. Apparently our inquiry will never end. It's very vexing.
Take heart, Doctor. If my idea of the case is accurate, we're closer to a clear resolution than you suspect. Much closer. For our purposes, the photograph may be worth less than the paper it's printed on. Come in, Mrs. Hudson. Analysis complete. Traces of ammonium nitrate may have a name, Dewar.
Terse bordering on rude, but intriguing. Perhaps we should further impose on the Professor's obviously valuable time.
I'd swear it's not albuminized paper. I couldn't solve for gold in any case. Determining the active salt would be helpful.
The photographer's choice of paper is hardly a signature.
It could be, were it distinctive, a chloride mix or potassium or a bromide. Bromides are sparingly soluble in ammonia. I'll prepare a sample.
What can you learn from that milky mixture?
Nothing. But if I blend in a measure of chloroform, the combination will separate into 2 layers. The solvent will take the metal and settle in the bottom. If it's bromide, it'll turn brown. Bromide it is, Watson.
And some photographer has turned his expert eye to quite a different line of work.
I plan to put my thumb in that particular orifice straight away. You have doubtless remarked how the tendrils of this matter creep and entwine around photography.
The formula, Pratt's friend, the engagement portrait, the photos stolen from Lawton's, I know, but making something of it is beyond my powers.
Concentrate, Doctor. My brain is jangling. We are close to untangling this tragic mess.
I'll have to take your word for it.
It's time we made a move, Watson.
Carry on, Holmes. I'll follow your lead.
Professor, what did your analysis of the clock spring reveal?
It should be understood that my equipment is not sophisticated enough to provide definitive results.
Nor is mine. I'll settle for what you have.
Fine. Well, a very hot fire fused distinguishable traces of a particular mixture of ammonium nitrate to the spring.
Ammonium nitrate is often used in certain explosives, is it not?
Exactly. It occurred to me that if you wanted to know more about the bomb, you might talk to David Lloyd-Jones. He knows more about the practical side of explosives than most scientists. His sister looks after him in Walworth.
He couldn't have set this bomb?
He's an invalid. Hasn't left the house in years. No, I was thinking that most bombers have a signature. There's not enough here for anyone to discern the maker's handwriting. But if he'll talk to you, Lloyd-Jones may recognise some letters.
We seek guidance on a technical matter, miss. Might we have a word with Mr. Lloyd-Jones?
Depends on the subject and his mood. My brother enjoys company, but he's no longer involved with incendiaries. Please be brief, Mr. Holmes. He's not robust.
Thank you, miss.
I'm sorry we find you feeling poorly, sir.
I'm not suffering, just dying. Heard of you, haven't I? Holmes, the police agent?
The epithet is erroneous. I'm investigating a suspicious explosion. Have you had any recent callers?
No one calls on me anymore, except my health visitor.
That's right. I've warned off the unwashed that used to hang about. David's been out of that life for years.
Nearly out of life, period.
Would you answer some questions about your former speciality?
My sister's shamed by my past. I won't cause her any further pain. Please leave us alone. I've nothing to say and I'm very tired.
Professor Dewar thought you might be able to help us with our inquiry.
Even a brilliant chemist may err. Decent man, Dewar, but politically naive. His work will be exploited by reckless men. He won't share in the profits, but he'll suffer the consequences of their folly.
You've received no visitors recently, miss?
The vicar came for tea Sunday last. He and David had a row.
That man is an idiot.
You witnessed the argument?
Of course. David receives no one when I'm at my work.
Your bungalow is charming, a shrine to your housekeeping.
Thank you. I pray it is not too wrong of me to be proud of it.
I'm sure it is not. Without a lever, I fear we'll get nothing substantive from him.
Agreed. And his disposition may be further constrained by his sister's presence.
Her absence may be arranged.
I put it to you flatly, Holmes. I'll do nothing to compel her to neglect him.
Who asked you to do any such thing?
I know you, Holmes. Swear it never crossed your mind.
I will not blaspheme on command or otherwise. The woman works. I can wait for it. A very cosy bungalow, don't you think, Watson?
I do, Holmes, I do. Trim, secure, benign. I can hardly think this will be a productive destination for us.
It won't be the first time we have put a wrong foot forward in this investigation. Professor Dewar believes that you know more about explosives than most scientists.
I note, if I didn't before, that brilliance and infallibility are not twins. What's your point?
Have you recently shared your vast knowledge of incendiaries with anyone?
No.
Who cares for you when Miss Lloyd-Jones is at her work?
I care for myself, in a manner of speaking, that over time I would perish like an exposed infant without her. I'm a useless burden, of course.
I'm sure she doesn't think so. It's clear she loves you deeply.
I raised her after our pa was killed, but now she keeps me. It's a painful slog for her. Fortunately, it won't last much longer.
Do you follow radical politics, Lloyd-Jones?
My sister reads to me. I'm interested since England has become the sole haven for radicalism in Europe.
Do you preach and practice radicalism? Do not insult me by pleading your condition. There is nothing wrong with your brain.
I suppose I must thank you for the compliment. If it suits you to ferret out revolutionary materials, without a warrant, I might add, go ahead. I could use a laugh.
Judging by the etchings in the kitchen, your sister approves of the monarchy.
My sister is a good but misguided woman. Her political sympathies are deplorable.
You don't share her sentiments?
Royalty, nobility, that lot is finished. They've made naught of their day. Working people won't tolerate another century of oppression.
I'd like to ask you some questions about a bombing, not a hypothetical one.
I must endure what I can't prevent.
You've heard the Diogenes Club in Westminster was leveled by an explosion. My brother was nearly killed in that blast.
That was no bomb, a gas leak, they said.
So the police think. But you and I know better, I think. Examination of the debris revealed your signature mixture of explosive chemicals.
I'm sorry to hear it. About your brother, that is.
What is this money in the piano?
My sister's savings. She doesn't trust the bank.
All new bills? I doubt it.
You won't be surprised if I don't care whether you do or not.
And the cigars?
A visitor must have left them.
By your own admission, you have had no visitors. This packet of fibers is more than enough to ruin you.
It would be a hollow victory, but your reach exceeds your grasp. You want to extract more from your observations than you can prove.
Wrong. Now listen to me, sir. You supplied the explosive recipe to the bomber. The cigars are from him. His money bought the piano. These fibers came from him. You are not my quarry, but I will not hesitate to bring the police down on you and your sister. I will stop at nothing to punish those who tried to kill my brother.
I believe you, Holmes. And I fear you. I suspected I'd made a mistake. Now I know it. Now I must pay for it.
To whom did you sell the recipe for the bomb?
Man named Vincent. Said he wanted the recipe for some confidential business. Claimed he was a mining engineer.
Did you believe him?
I purchased the piano with what he paid for my credulity.
What can you tell me about him?
Not much. He had an educated voice, young and a bit of an accent. A strong hand, a distinctive smell, not tobacco, but earthy, sweet and sour at the same time. He seemed earnest, bright, and in a hurry. He was no engineer.
Did he ever mention the Diogenes?
He didn't. I hope I would have said no if he'd told me his intention.
but I can't say for certain. I saw an opportunity to put some money by for my sister, and I took it.
This Vincent, you saw him just the once?
Twice. A few days ago he asked me to vet an explosive he claimed was for sale. Much of it was beyond me. But I understood the formula recorded something with awesome power. Told him to talk to Dewar. He laughed at that. Told me to keep mum.
And you became suspicious?
Sure. It was proof of something dodgy if I needed more. He paid as much for information as for silence. Without you, he would have had both for £200 and a box of cigars.
I want to take this money to an expert. You may have received both more and less than you thought.
Not the real article. I wondered. You'd think with so little life left to me, I'd have at least learned that you don't get something for nothing. The cigars are real, I suppose. What can I expect from you, Holmes?
You made an error, Lord Jones. Please don't make another. If he comes to you again, get word to me. I'll leave my card.
I'm grateful. For my sister's sake, I thank you. I did not want to die in jail.
Your health has deteriorated since last I saw you. Can I get you anything?
Your powers of observation are only adequate. You must see that no human agency can help me.
Suggestions, Watson?
He is not strong, Holmes. I'm not sure we should question him further. Might we simply examine the room? He can't have left here for weeks.
I'm sorry, Watson, you may be right, but I cannot do otherwise. He is my only lead to Mycroft's assailant. Have you moderated your views toward anarchists, Watson?
Since the Haymarket riot, I've been hard on radicals of every stripe. They're reckless agitators who stir up trouble for its own sake.
That characterization is too broad, Doctor. Like most bias, it is not without some foundation, but it is a prejudice nonetheless. I beg your pardon, madam. Might I have a brief word with Mr. Rumsey?
No, Mr. Rumsey is not free.
If you might spare me a moment, Stitch, I would appreciate it.
Right away, Mr. Holmes. I'm just finishing up with Mrs. Rowbottom.
I'll tell you when we're finished, Mr. Rumsey. I'm paying good money and I expect no less than your undivided attention.
What is that racket, Watson?
The treadles of sewing machines, I imagine.
I mean the voices.
Can you not appreciate the dulcet tones of the Orient, Holmes?
My pedestrian mind cannot appreciate what it cannot understand. I'll grow grey before Mrs. Rowbottom is satisfied.
Claim pressing business, national emergency and so on.
Worthless. I know her type. Obstinate as a mule.
A pointed threat might remove her recalcitrance.
Watson, you surprise me. Besides, have you not remarked the size of her handbag? Who knows what she has in there? I've decided on a strategy to shift La Rowbottom.
A subterfuge, then. But not too subtle, I hope. It would be lost on her.
She appears to be a woman whose sense of propriety may be vulnerable to judicious tweaking. Follow my lead.
Try not to be too offensive. She's Rumsey's customer, after all.
Have you chosen a fabric for one of Rumsey's incomparable suits?
In my dreams, Holmes. The practice won't support one at the moment. Perhaps when we're famous.
Among the costumes, the hero of Trafalgar seems a popular choice.
One wonders if the jacket comes sans right sleeve. Perhaps an eye patch may be let.
The fabric of your frock has become a favourite of the demimonde.
You've seen it elsewhere?
Indeed. Watson, did we not recently see this particular material at the Chelsea Burlesque?
That young woman whom Bingo Oakshott insists on calling his protégé was draped in it. A dress, wasn't it? What there was of it.
You disremember her dress, but she had it on so briefly. No, it was the drawing-room curtains which she wore as a shawl.
Or was it a towel from the loo? Good day to you, madam.
I'm sorry, Stitch. I had to get rid of her.
Oh, I can live without her custom, Mr. Holmes. Much more trouble than it's worth. If you're looking for a job as a floor walker, I'll hire you.
I need your expertise, Stitch. Are these notes your work?
Flawless eye, Mr. Holmes. I was once proud to call them mine. How'd you come by 'em?
An acquaintance in Walworth recently received them for services rendered.
You should watch his step, and you too. You're moving among dangerous company, villains with a long reach.
How so?
The police recovered most of my product from a warehouse in Aldgate, and you witnessed the destruction of my plates. The only way these notes could circulate is from the Yard or from the original client.
As I recall, he was never identified.
I never knew him. A lackey named Crip hired me, terrified of his boss he was. Since the money was right, I asked no questions, and I'm glad for it. Crip was murdered while in custody. His killer's name remains a mystery.
This needle seems to have outlived its usefulness. Might I take it?
You're welcome to it. It served me well. May it serve you, though I can't imagine how.
Has the move to Jermyn Street been advantageous, Stitch?
A bit more money, but I don't laugh so much as I did in Piccadilly.
A more serious sort of clientele comes round here?
They take themselves more seriously anywise. They dress better, more brass, but they're much the same.
I'm not surprised that a man of your experience is undeceived by appearances. Do you remark the customers who frequent this establishment?
Huh? What? I once saw Wellington box the ears of George the Fourth when he was Prince Regent. Lovely sight it was, the old Iron Duke. There was a man.
Handsome shop, sir. Is it yours?
George O'Keefe at your service, gentlemen. I have the privilege of managing the enterprise for Mr. Tompkins, our principal.
I'm looking for something special. Might we browse?
Certainly. Our original creations are designed for London's most discriminating clientele.
Where do your crystalline gems come from?
The venerable Antwerp firm supplies our diamonds, rubies, and Ceylonese sapphires.
You know the provenance of every stone?
Absolutely. The Messrs. de Vries are signatories of the IDB Act.
What are the most economical buys in the shop?
Economy is a state of mind, sir. Don't think of the price. Think of the investment. Think of the pleasure derived from your purchase.
It would be difficult not to think of my empty pocketbook. Your open display of gold-plated toothpicks makes them virtually irresistible.
A touch of elegance, affordably priced. 1 guinea will secure your heart's desire.
And earn my colleagues' contempt. I believe this is one of your rings. To whom did you sell it?
It is one of our recent masterpieces, charmingly dubbed the nest egg. How did you come by it?
Let's say I found it.
Then I will generously assume that the customer lost it. If you give it to me, I'll return it.
There might be a reward.
There might be a lengthy prison sentence. Shall I call my beadle?
If you believe you can wake him, I assure you I'll return it to its rightful owner. Might I see the platinum ring with the cabochon cut stone? This ring spoils your claim of dealing in unique designs.
To the untrained eye, many gems have points of similarity. I could show you dozens from the strong room that share common features, but stones are cut differently.
Right. Unique design is a fiddle. Granted you don't sell the same ring twice. By this criterion, each design is unique. It's a sham.
That is a slanderous allegation, sir. If you wish to avoid litigation, I recommend that you not share it.
Never mind. I'm not interested in your advertising claims. I'm interested in your jewelry. I presume these rings are merely representative of your collection. Might I see more?
Are you truly interested, or are you merely passing the time?
More interested than you could possibly imagine.
Very well. I'll retrieve some of our more attractive items from the strong room. You are a knave, sir.
And you'd be in a position to know. Occupy the sentinel, will you, Watson? I have suspicions to confirm.
Confirm to your heart's content. This old soldier is going nowhere.
Ah, the nest egg. Here it is, Watson. Curiouser and curiouser.
I'm feeling a bit like the Mad Hatter, Holmes. What do you mean?
The ring's intended recipient and the person who paid for it are one and the same. It seems Lady Cordelia had to supply the funds for her own engagement ring.
Very interesting.
I'm sure Lord Lawton didn't find it so. I trust you are perfectly comfortable, Mr. O'Keefe.
The police will be informed of your behaviour, sir. Depend on it. I shall prosecute to the full extent of the law.
I doubt that. I've perused your register. A word in the wrong ear could ruin you.
Fat lot of good you can do now. You might as well shout "Open Sesame" 40 times. Only the owner has the key.
Do you know the whereabouts of Mr. Tompkins?
He's at home.
Yes, but do you know where that is?
Course I do. He's my son-in-law. I'll bill it there.
Please notify him that Mr. O'Keefe has locked himself in the safe.
Has he now? Damn fool.
I note that the cockles of your heart are not warmed by the shop.
It's really quite revolting what some people will do with their money.
Will you busy yourself in some other part of the shop, Watson?
Of course. Might I know why?
I would like to divide Mr. O'Keefe's attention. Perhaps you might evaluate the beetle's vital signs.
I'll presume you know what you are about. I don't have a clue.
Would you report on your mission, please?
Subject is not altogether compos mentis, myopic in extremis, and situated well outside, oblivious with respect to auditory capacity.
Excellent. Are you familiar with the American slang expression, to put on ice?
It has to do with diamonds, doesn't it? Like gilding a lily, most unattractive.
Wrong cliché, Doctor. It is a metaphor for incarceration, to render something or someone ineffective.
I take your point, Holmes, and wish you well.
Hello, miss. Might we speak to your brother?
He has joined the choir invisible, Mr. Holmes. I must make my way through the vale of tears alone. My desolation is beyond description.
Please accept our condolences for your loss.
Perhaps she would receive the loan you had from Lloyd Jones.
Ah, yes, right. If you wouldn't think it mean to mention money at such a time, miss, I'd like to repay the £10 I had from your brother. He mentioned specially that I was to give it to you if he was unavailable.
I told you he was a saint, Mr. Holmes.
When did you acquire the pianola, Miss?
If you think it's any of your business, David bought it for me. So extravagant. He earned an honorarium reviewing plans or some such. He spent the whole amount on me. Typical.
She's in no condition to offer information, even if she has any.
I presume she has none. Have you examined the room's effects to the extent you desired?
I believe this room has no more to tell us. Macaques seem remarkably clever creatures. What do you say, Watson?
In India, they're valued for their companionship and intelligence. A sergeant major in my division cared for 2 orphaned brothers. Like children they were, only smarter. But in their playfulness, they can make a world of mischief.
The park's best season is a closely argued issue. Do you have an opinion?
It's a sterile question to me, Holmes. Weather cannot affect the park's true beauty or its inestimable value.
Do that again, and I'll have you up on charges before the RSPCA. And then I'll have you shot. Cruelty to animals, insupportable.
Get away from here now!
Might I have a word with Sir Avery?
If you're tired of this life, you can try. Be a good lad and push off.
I'll only take a moment.
If you don't want it to be your last, don't linger. Move on now.
Your dedication to Sir Avery does you credit, but I have official business to discuss.
I'll say this once, slowly. Leave now, and nobody gets hurt. Stay and you're for the water or worse.
They make an unusual pair, do they not, Watson?
If the Queen's retainers are as vigilant as Mr. Hodgkins, she is well served. A poet could describe their relationship better than a policeman.
You recognize something in yourself, Doctor. Devotion to a chosen duty.
Thank you, Holmes.
As advertised, Hodgkins is a menacing brute, and Sir Avery was oblivious.
I hope recent demands have not exhausted your imagination and left us bereft of the means for dealing with him short of force.
Efforts to overpower him would be futile, Watson, but I'm not prepared for failure. I need to capture Sir Avery's interest another way. What civil servant or city man wouldn't prefer these surroundings to his office?
None with a modicum of sense and the intelligence to use it.
I believe Hodgkins has the wherewithal to deliver on his threats.
Agreed. And I have no desire to test a contrary hypothesis. You'll have to fabricate a more subtle approach to Sir Avery.
Perhaps I can distract Hodgkins by dividing his devotion in disparate directions.
Sometimes your speech is perfectly opaque, Holmes. I hope your thought is less murky.
Remember what Pettigrew said about the campaign cap? With assistance from more nimble fingers, I might borrow it. Does Fred take instruction, Bertie?
If you mean will he do on command what he does by nature, the answer is sometimes.
I need to talk to Sir Avery. Might Fred create a diversion to occupy Hodgkins?
Not a problem.
Brilliant. I'm told the old warhorse is very fond of his campaign cap. Might Fred lift it and take him on a romp through the park?
Perfect. But he's only part of your problem. His absence is no guarantee that Fanshawe will talk. He's attuned to birds, not people.
You've definitely got his attention, Holmes.
Sir Avery, my name is Holmes. My brother is Mycroft.
Your family connections do not interest me, young man. How are you drawing those lovely birds? What are you feeding them?
My personal mixture.
Probably infused with some irresistible avian narcotic. Where might a fellow get some?
Mycroft was injured in the incident that levelled the Diogenes Club.
Your Holmes' brother, are you? Why didn't you say so? Heard he'll recover. Explosions are damned nuisance. Where's a fella supposed to get his grub?
I have some questions about the termination of the investigation into the stolen formula.
Blasted committee hearings, insufferably boring. Stolen formula, my Aunt Fanny. Things disappear from that room all the time, and reappear. Even if it was stolen, who cares? Talk of technical advantages, militarist nonsense. I've learned that much in my life. People don't matter. Committee is useless. I'm an old man. I don't have unlimited time. Cuts into my park visits.
Is that why you voted to terminate the investigation?
And what if it was? These birds depend on me, and me on them, I suppose. I've seen these special hearings come to nothing 100 times.
You could be wrong this once. Do you recall who initiated the demand to terminate the investigation?
Silverbridge, I think, or Lawton. I just joined the pro group and saw no evidence for theft. Holmes' nose was out of joint over the decision, very upset. I'd stand him to a large brandy at the club, smooth things over. If there was a club.
Would it surprise you to learn that Thomas Pratt has been murdered?
Among the defects of old age is that one loses the capacity to be surprised. Do you know why he was killed?
I believe he was materially involved in the formula's disappearance.
Really? You could be right, I suppose. He might have taken it. I'm sorry for him. He was a closed book. Sort of a chap with secrets. He lost his family young, lost his friends later, and now he's lost his life. And for what? Perhaps I've lived too long, Mr. Holmes. The world has grown strange and hard and passed me by.
Sir Avery, where might I find the reading room charm, Mrs. Ratchet?
Why bother her?
Just tying up some loose ends.
Wonderful woman, reliable, pleasant, been in the ministry forever. A little pink, I'm told, as if that mattered. She lives just east of Spitalfields Market. Don't know the address, appalling place. Hodgkins and I saw her home one night. Most distressing. If you find her, she's likely to be closed-mouthed. You might use my name.
I wish Mycroft had annotated his summary. I don't believe Fanshawe is involved.
That's a guess, surely. Mycroft suspected all committee members.
No, I don't believe he ever thought all members were materially involved. He implied they must all be suspects until they could be eliminated from suspicion. By observation, I have eliminated Fanshawe. He has mostly retreated to a world of his own devising and is incurious about any other. It is not an unattractive world.
Remember your Plato. Socrates says the unexamined life is not worth living.
Plato was a younger, less experienced man than Sir Avery, as was Socrates for that matter, and neither of them knew Lady Fanshawe. What do you make of the Dark East End, Doctor?
You surprise me, Holmes, asking for a conclusion on the scantiest sampling of evidence. I would be reduced to gross generalities. Ask me when I've looked around.
I deserve that, I suppose.
Get on with you, soul-saving gits. Make me sick as a belly full of bad rum. Couple of prigs. Move on for I wreck you. Don't need preaching from your likes.
I'm looking for a family named Ratchet. Do you know them?
Course I do. They keeps the palace up west. Now, what about a drink? Then what gives ought to receive, eh?
I think you've had quite enough. You can barely stand.
Proof I ain't had near enough. Fill me up.
If you give me the Ratchet address, we might be able to make an arrangement.
What are you? Bill collector? Fancy man? The law? You get nothing.
I merely want to speak with the woman.
Talking with your type leads to trouble. Get away with you.
The direct approach has flopped. Something more discreet is called for.
Perhaps, but my hopes are less than knee-height.
With good reason. These people don't trust us. We're different, and different connotes an enemy to them, or at least someone to be wary of.
Save a life, mister. I'm way past depressed. Nothing so sad as an empty bottle of gin. Do us a favour, your worship. Fill it up.
Do you know where the Ratchet family lives?
I might do, but nothing's for free in this life, Cub. Leastwise not here.
The Ratchet's address, what is it?
I can't say.
Can't or won't?
Makes no difference, do it. Try the grinder. Time for the sixpence.
It's been an education. I would pay for accurate information about the Ratchet family.
Not like I would if I'd give it. Better move on while you got your health in your pocketbook. You're likely to lose one or the other round here. I help you, no?
Can you direct me to a family named Ratchet?
Avec much pleasure. I measure cranium you und I analyze machen. One English bob. Remove chapeau, bitte.
You misunderstand me, sir. I'm looking for an address.
Der Kopf ist très interessant.
I'm pleased you think so, but what about the Ratchets?
Ich no, je don't, m'excuse, no good speak.
What in blazes is he on about, Holmes?
He thinks my head is interesting. I believe he'd like to examine it.
He's not alone.
Any trenchant observations concerning the so-called sciences?
Your deprecatory tone says you have some of your own.
You mistake me, Watson. I support such studies. My current opinion is that they have value, but that they often claim too much for themselves. The road is filled with obstacles, Watson. Your assessment?
The professor has a few phrases for his work, but he speaks no languages fluently. How can he remain in business?
How indeed? Either he's having us on, or someone translates for him. Hello. It's Rose Hincham, isn't it?
It is, Mr. Holmes. You won't get much from the professor unless you speak Hungarian.
I heard French, German and Italian as well. How do you deal with him?
Me mum was from Budapest. But even with the language, it's a struggle. After rambling all over Europe, he's lost most of his native tongue, or mixed it with others.
This is a legitimate business, I trust.
Absolutely, Mr. Holmes. Not many clients yet, but new methods always meet prejudice, as you must know.
I wouldn't have thought there was much call for the professor's specialities here.
People like talking to any man of science. They're as rare as an honest copper east of St. Paul's.
Tell me about your new work. Are these exciting disciplines, Rose?
Better than prognosticating by palms, Mr. Holmes. And I'm apt, since I quit gin. The professor thinks I've got a gift.
It must be occasionally tempting to promise more than you can deliver.
I'm no quack, nor shill neither. I observe. I tell people what I see. It's not exactly what you do, but I bet you had your doubters once.
I take your point. Perhaps you'll forgive my misgivings.
Your privilege, Mr. Holmes. You've got as much right as anybody to be wrong.
Is the professor altogether mentally fit, Rose?
He has odd ways, and he's too fond of brandy, but I think he's brilliant. Not much with people, as you saw, so he's teaching me the business.
The science, you mean?
Have your joke, Mr. Holmes. I won't fight you. I'm no zealot.
We're looking for the Ratchet family. No one seems able or willing to help us.
People here's closed-mouthed. Information is power, and currency too, when you're poor.
And even when you're not, I've offered to purchase the address, but to no avail.
Not surprised. Very suspicious lot. Don't take to outsiders. Be hard as you are to get the truth. Or you might try the grocer across the way. Even the Ratchets have to eat.
It's a good thought. What have you made of Rose's transformation?
I should say she's a changed woman, no doubt. Perhaps next she'll lose the theatrical costume.
I hope not. It's part of her allure. I look forward to her next incarnation. From palmist to phrenologist is not such a leap. Perhaps next she'll become a surgeon. Watch your back, Doctor.
Penny for the guy, Gov. Threepence be better. Got any errands need running? Boots need blackening? Anything? I'm the one.
Are you familiar with a family named Ratchet?
I'm a tinker, not a copper. I do honest work.
I'm sure you do. I just wondered if you had a customer named Mrs. Ratchet.
Hard to say. She take pride in her knives, her scissors, keep 'em clean and sharp.
How do I know?
Well, if she don't, I wouldn't have no interest in her, would I? Not likely I'd know her, is it?
Mrs. Ratchet is in her middle years. Pleasant looking, she squints a bit. Does that help?
That ain't much. If she's from round here, you might try the grocer on the corner.
This is not the most savoury neighbourhood in which to ply your trade.
Work is where you find it. All God's creatures want sharp knives. Even scum like Jack the Ripper can appreciate a properly owned instrument. Oh, looking for something a bit different, love? I know your type, naughty boy. I know what you're after. Walk on the wild side, am I right? Course I am.
I'm looking for a woman named Agnes Ratchet. Can you help me?
Forget her, Ducky. Why not leave your friend and come round the corner?
I'm sure that would be interesting. But I'm here on business, not pleasure.
You what? Think I'm here for me health? Get on with you.
I apologize. I didn't mean to give offence. Do you know a Mrs. Ratchet?
Spoke like a gentleman, but I don't know her, love. She used another name. Them's what ain't changed their names from shame or for dodging the law take pet names to talk their ways, get it?
I do, but Mrs. Ratchet is not, I believe she simply lives nearby.
I'm not from this patch. Don't know the locals by name anyway, and they don't know me, come to that. Sorry.
Thank you. You've been kind. Is there something I can do?
Just move along, love. As you're not buying, you're restraining trade.
Very little business on the street. Is it always like this?
Not much business anywhere, dearie. A certain sign that money is in short supply.
Well, we can't claim to have learned much here, Watson.
That is a matter of opinion. We've been jostled, threatened, lied to, cajoled, harassed, propositioned, and placed in proximity to a dozen different diseases. Such experience certainly contains something of educational value.
Point taken, Doctor. We won't quibble. Ratchet-wise, we came up empty. Should we try some of these, dare I say, businesses?
Can they be any less forthcoming than people on the street?
In a word, yes. Now, what is your impression of the East End, Doctor?
That the greatest nation on earth has engendered a society of pitiable orphans, inebriates and prostitutes in its very bosom is a wicked outrage, a nightmare come to life. And society ignores or denies its mean creation. I feel ashamed. We should do better. We should be better.
You could not be more accurate had you spent a lifetime here.
That'll cost you twopence, and as you're the curious type, the floor ain't been recently swept. Try that again and you'll lose a finger, maybe two.
An astonishing profusion of odours, Watson. Can you distinguish them?
Odours? Your proboscis or your vocabulary have failed you, Holmes. Perfume has an odour. Your laboratory sometimes creates odours. This rank stench equals that of an abattoir.
He's so aggressively unhelpful. I wonder if he has a personal interest.
This wouldn't be the first time your wandering has put us at risk. Perhaps we should leave, discretion being the better part of valour.
It might have been a better part of success here. Being forthright got us nowhere. Discretion, dissimulation even, could hardly have been less productive, but I'm reluctant to go back west without something to show for our trouble.
Let's just make sure we don't have broken bones to show.
Watch my back, Watson. Will you do that?
The guard looks to be an unpredictable character. Do you sense something violent is about to transpire?
Intuition, Doctor, is for amateurs. Mrs. Ratchet lives hereabouts. I'm told you might know where, do you?
What's your business with her?
I assure you I mean her no harm.
So coppers always say. Next thing you know, they're sending home the boat in a cosy cell with Pintonville.
I'm not with the police. Mrs. Ratchet works at my brother's office.
Filched a few bob from the tea trolley, did she? Capital crime. Leave off.
I'd lay odds the proprietor knows her, Watson. Perhaps she shops here.
Poor woman. As if living in the neighbourhood weren't a surfeit of misfortune. But even if you're right, I don't see how it helps.
Too true, Doctor. If he doesn't want to tell us what he knows, we can't apply thumbscrews. Might you occupy the proprietor's attention? I want to look inside that copybook.
I can't think of anything to turn his head that won't place our lives at risk. He's only interested in commercial transactions.
Good idea, Watson. At my signal, distract the guard.
I shouldn't like to get too close to him. He might get ideas.
That would be novel for him. Dangerous, even. What have the police done to deserve your animosity?
I think being poor's a crime. Proof you're guilty of something.
They have a more discriminating sense of justice, surely.
You wasn't here when they tramped over this patch looking for the Ripper. Didn't give a care who they stepped on, and for what? Big show. Came to naught. Everybody knows one of the quality done them girls.
As I said, I'm not with the police.
You might as well be. You're not from here, not one of us. Now off with you. You're not worth a charge of GBH. Best quit the neighbourhood.
This is a confidential inquiry. I'm not an official agent. Won't you tell me what you know?
I know nothing except that thems that grass get mowed down and thems that snoop, strangers I know, fare no better.
How did you come by these army rations?
You writing a book?
Just curious.
Serious affliction down here. You heard about the cat what suffered from it?
It can't have been long since you pushed your cart through the streets. You appear to be in fine condition.
This here's a grocery, mate. Push off if you're not buying.
I'd like some marmalade from the top shelf.
Cash customers is welcome. Cost you 2 bob.
I want a jar, not your whole stock.
Wherever you bought that joke, demand a refund.
Humour is free.
Not when it's at my expense. All sales is final.
Nice bit of weather we're having this time of year, don't you think?
I'm looking for a Mrs. Ratchet. Can you help me?
His truncheon talks for him. You got business here? Talk to me.
Any information about the Ratchets would be helpful. I can be patient.
But can you read his mind? Arthur ain't spoke since he's seen his mum slit the swine what fathered him from ear to ear.
Our resourceful chameleon could penetrate this alien maze with ease.
Wiggins is always willing to work, and he could hardly be less successful than we have been.
I want you to find a Mrs. Ratchet. Older party, lives off Bishopsgate, near the Spitalfields markets.
At your service, Mr. Holmes. You been out east?
For all the good it did me, I'm suspected and despised there.
Can I take the Metropolitan?
Take the inner circle to Liverpool Street and pay particular attention to a grocery on Frying Pan Lane. Wiggins, what news of Mrs. Ratchet? Did Frying Pan Lane pay off?
You've got the nose, Mr. Holmes. Greengrocer's her son. She lives over the shop with her old man. He drinks.
I'm not surprised. I should return straight away.
No offence, Gov, but in Spitalfields, you're as welcome as rats in the pram. It's odd times there. Folks don't take to having the lot picked over by strangers. They get shirty, and they get mean.
Thank you, Wiggins. A solo trip incognito is called for. I've got the means upstairs. Young Ratchet's a sharpie, but he won't penetrate this disguise. Hello, comrade. Might I pop up to see your mum?
Your business?
She's holding some pamphlets for me. Got to circulate the word.
All right. Don't mess about. Don't dally, you ain't moving in, and don't roil my pie.
That certainly belongs to Mr. Holmes. He's never without it.
I assure you, Mrs. Ratchet, I represent him.
So you say. Should I believe you?
Bring in the seas, bring in the seas. We'll all be the dust and breathe the sea. Hey, 15 men on a dead man's chest, yeah, and a bottle of rum sounds bloody good.
Perhaps you do come from Mr. Holmes. He's always been fair with me. For the moment, let's say you do.
Do you have anything useful to add, Mr. Ratchet?
I endorse whatever she says, said salt of the earth. Honest as the day is long, true pal.
Might you send out Mr. Ratchet so we can talk?
Send him where? The street? He's a dipsomaniac.
I can barely hear myself, let alone you.
Gin and dining with Duke Humphrey have ruined his health. In this mood, only stimulants settle him.
I was considering a sharp rap on the head with a poker.
Bring in the seas, bring in this, I love this song, I love this song. As the singing in the salvation bed on the corner. 15 men on the dead man's chest, yeah.
Do you have some coffee or strong tea, madam?
Now you want refreshments? I keep no luxuries here, Mr. Holmes. The proletariat has few enough of the necessities.
I saw some Airs coffee on the shelves. If you have the real thing, I'd like a £1/4. Your pa needs the caffeine.
None of my affair. That'll cost you £half a crown. Don't, Delhi, you ain't moving in, and don't roil my pie.
In lieu of conversation, may I look around your premises?
On what grounds?
You surely realize that you are a suspect in the formula's disappearance.
I had the opportunity, and my political convictions supply the motive. That's simple-minded and insulting.
You wouldn't commit a crime to support your beliefs?
Rob my employer and traffic in government secrets? Never. I'm no man's dupe, and no country's either. Search if you must. I'm sure you'd threaten my job or incarceration if I denied you. Don't skulk about.
My brother has been incapacitated, Mrs. Ratchet. You may speak to me as you would to him.
The real Mr. Holmes wouldn't sneak up here like a rat catcher. A closed door's no obstacle to a person like you, is it?
I wish to speak about the document that went missing from the ministry.
I stole nothing. I'll say nothing more about that formula. Are you trying to trick me into breaking my oath?
That's right, dearie. Answer no questions, tell no lies, eh? This bloke stand me to a dram, huh?
Be silent, Aloysius. I know my rights and my duty. I have signed the Official Secrets Act. You've no authority whatever your name is. You may leave.
That's right, mister. You can go rotate.
You were difficult to find, Mrs. Ratchet. Is that by design?
I'm at Speaker's Corner every Sunday, sir. You might drag yourself out from whatever bourgeois trough you wallow in and receive the truth from Mr. Ingalls.
This wax is a part of the seal from the stolen formula. How did you come by it?
I picked it up to save the ministry carpet. I'll add it to my tallow for candles.
Lose that story, Mrs. Ratchet. It won't wash. You have placed yourself at grave risk, and not only from the authorities.
What you mean?
I mean that Pratt was murdered for his part in the theft. I mean that as the formula has likely been in this room, you may be in danger. Do not trifle with me. What have you done with it?
I found it behind the clerk's desk and returned it to the ministry reading room. It's there now.
Stop, Mrs. Ratchet. A lie to protect Pratt will serve neither of you now. Tell me what you know of Pratt, Mrs. Ratchet.
He was orphaned young and raised by relations. He seemed an unhappy man, friendless and comfortable in his work. And his bohemian habits didn't help. Tired all the time. But from his first day at the ministry, he was kind to me. Always kind.
And you repaid the kindness, I think. You returned the formula for him.
Yes. After the document was discovered missing, he came back here, sick from worry. Terrible agitated he was. Said it got into his briefcase by accident.
You believed him, then?
Others would have been quick to condemn him, because he's a bit different. But he's been very kind to us. Little remembrances and such. He begged me to return it, so I did. Makes no difference now, I suppose. But he promised he would tell Mr. Holmes eventually. And I told Mr. Pratt that I would have to if he didn't.
I believe you, Mrs. Ratchet. I only wish you had confided in me earlier. Would you share any suspicions you harbor concerning the disappearance of the formula?
I'll cast no aspersions.
Those responsible for the theft tried to kill my brother. I will not rest until I find and punish those who are responsible.
In your desire for revenge, would you do violence to the innocent?
The entirely innocent are as rare as a painless amputation, Mrs. Ratchet. Remember that.
They're as common as the entirely guilty, Mr. Holmes. You might remember that.
That painting is by Thomas Pratt, isn't it?
What makes you say so?
I know Pratt's style. I know his colours. How did you come by it?
He gave it to me. There's nothing wrong with that.
Perhaps. What is your relation to him?
Very kind man, our Mr. Pratt. Always very kind.
Do you have any idea who would want to harm my brother?
I can't imagine. I'm sorry for his pain and for your grief.
Thank you. Do you have any idea how Pratt spent his leisure time? With whom he spent it?
No, he was a solitary lad. We talk frequently. He never mentioned friends.
Are you familiar with a place called the Weary Punt?
I should hope not.
I recognize the greengrocer in the photograph. Is the other boy his brother?
Yes, that's David. He's currently living at government expense. He and Sydney are very like, as brothers often are.
Did you attend the Second International?
I had the honour of representing our group in Paris. It is not an actionable offence. The inevitable laws of history predict the triumph of the working class.
Spare me the diatribe, Mrs. Ratchet. Your political predilections are your own affair.
Dialectical materialism teaches as an immutable truth.
Stop, I beg you. You are a radical. Your husband is a tosspot. Your progeny engaged in activities of dubious legality. None of that concerns or interests me at the moment. What is your opinion of Eldridge Whitney?
Pompous bore. Wants to impress the other boys. Fails miserably. Weak pedigree, it seems. Insults me. Perhaps it makes him feel better about himself. Pathetic sod. Another victim of the class system.
As you were friends, I'm sorry to inform you that Thomas Pratt has been found brutally murdered.
How awful. I'd wondered where he'd gone. He was kind to me. Considerate. Always asked after my unlucky boy. I'll miss him.
Would it shock you to learn that Thomas Pratt was involved in the theft of the formula?
If it's true, yes. I never took him for a thief. But if you found your culprit, why are you questioning me?
I don't know why he stole it, or for whom, or who his accomplices were. I wonder if you were one of them, Mrs. Ratchet. How did you return the formula to the Ministry reading room?
I've worked here 20 years, Mr. Holmes. I'm not entirely stupid. I resealed it and left it amidst the rubble on the clerk's desk.
You didn't think it strange, let alone sinister, that the seal was broken?
The seal must be broken to see what's inside. That's the point, isn't it?
Not really. Why didn't you return it to its filing box?
I couldn't find it. Mr. Pratt said it was number 5. I thought the mess on the desk would suit, and I was certain that Mr. Whitney would never notice until long after I'd gone home. He's not the most attentive clerk.
Was there anything peculiar about the document? Anything unexpected?
Now that you mention it, there was an odd brown stain in one corner. I don't know how it came to be there.
Your pa's in a rare state, comrade. Not violent, is he?
Like a lamb, except when he's drinking, which is mostly.
He needs sobering. Victuals and a hot drink would help.
You a physic in your spare time?
How did you come by these army rations?
You heard about the cat what suffered from curiosity.
Beg your pardon, comrade. Mrs. Ratchet has been played as a pawn, Watson, and it seems Whitney has not revealed all he knew about the formula.
That was clear from our interview. What has changed?
The lost has been found right under his nose. The formula is back at the ministry. I may have to turn up the heat again.
Too much heat can kill, Holmes.
Perhaps a more figurative warming will serve us just as well. Let us resume our investigation, Watson.
I'm prepared to follow you anywhere, Holmes.
Any suspicious persons hanging about, Jonas? Witnessed any extraordinary activities?
I heard old Chadwick grin like a Cheshire cat at Miss Ventrist. First time in modern memory anybody had seen his teeth. Other than that, nothing special, Mr. Holmes.
Do you know where Virgil has got to, Jonas?
Mrs. Hudson took him to one of her cronies.
Why? Was he ill?
The lad was feeling pretty low, Mr. Holmes. Thought he'd been abandoned.
Yes, I can see that. Thoughtless of me.
Mrs. Hudson is a generous woman. I'll put her in the picture. The boy will remain with her until you give the word.
Thank you, Jonas. It seems that you have not been completely forthcoming with me, Whitney.
I've told you what you needed to know.
Hardly. You were probably on duty when the formula went missing. Now I learn that you were on duty when it was returned. Imagine the coincidence. I hate coincidence.
You can't prove that it ever left the reading room unless you know who took it or who returned it. Who was it, Mr. Holmes?
Don't make yourself absurd, Whitney. While turnabout may be fair play, you don't possess the acumen or the information to bring it off. What is the connection between Pratt's murder and the return of the formula?
There isn't one. The formula never left the office. It's perfectly sealed. Everything's in order.
All your assertions are demonstrably false. But as an ostrich has more curiosity than yourself, and because I think you actually believe them, I won't waste my time. When will you return to the ministry?
I'll toddle back after my bath.
Don't bother coming down. In my official capacity, you will find me a less pliant witness than at present.
That will be a treat. I think you have forgotten that whatever its outcome, you are not blameless in this affair. Cooperation may serve your interests. I think you should get dressed, Mr. Whitney. Now.
Oh, very well. You might give a man some privacy. That is classified government property, Mr. Holmes. In any case, it contains nothing of which your brother is unaware. Touch nothing on the desk, Mr. Holmes. You should consider all this as the Queen's personal property. I am her appointed guardian. You are nobody. What is your authorization, Mr. Holmes? If you take another step into the room, you'll be charged with criminal trespass and jailed.
Is there an echo in here, Watson?
That's quite general, isn't it?
It is specific enough for you, Mr. Whitney. I expect your cooperation, as would my brother.
What is your authorization, Mr. Holmes? If you take another step into the room, you'll be charged with criminal trespass and jailed.
Is there an echo in here, Watson? Can you imagine a connection between Pratt's murder and the theft or the return of the formula?
No.
I suspected that your imagination might not be up to it. What is the condition of the Dewar document, Mr. Whitney?
In my official capacity, I couldn't comment. Now please leave. This room is restricted.
Do not pull your counterfeit rank with me, Whitney. If you entertain dreams of advancement, I suggest you assist me. A classified document has been moving in and out of your reading room under your nose.
I am innocent in all that. My behavior has been above suspicion, and there is no proof that it ever left this room.
Certain senior ministers may feel differently. My brother certainly does. Is your position so strong that you're willing to run the risk? Now, if you please, I'd like to examine Dewar's formula.
You are not on my list, Mr. Holmes. I assure you that it is in our possession, and further, that it is in perfect condition.
Where was it discovered, and by whom?
It was located here, close by, in this room, of course. Merely misplaced, I should think.
I'm sure. I'd like to see it, handle it.
No. Threaten what you will. My minister will support me. The formula is back, if ever it left. I should think your part in this matter is at an end.
Which merely shows how little your thoughts are worth. The formula is alleged to have disappeared from this room. May I examine the premises?
As a favour to your brother, I suppose I could allow it. But don't touch anything and don't bother the patrons. You're here on my sufferance, Mr. Holmes.
Whatever you say, Whitney. When did you last see Thomas Pratt?
It was the morning he reported the formula missing.
Did you ever see him in company? Men, women, lovers, etc.?
Once or twice, perhaps. A young man. We had no mutual friends.
Who from the ministry formed Pratt's circle of acquaintance?
He spoke occasionally to Lord Lawton and was overly familiar with the Ratchet woman. To others he was merely civil.
No enemies that you know of?
None. Now, why was he murdered?
If you truly don't know, you'll learn soon enough, Mr. Whitney. Excuse me, sir.
No conversation permitted. Breach of protocol.
Sir, have you seen unauthorized persons in this room?
Finally, someone's come to redress that affront to decency.
Excuse me?
I was served an accommodation bill in this very chair. A demand for payment. It's an outrage. A trivial debt less than 10 years old, imagine. There's no place safe from these fellows, I ask you. Pratt let the blighter in. His job's in jeopardy. I've had assurances from the minister. Yes, indeed, assurances.
Job security is no longer among Pratt's problems. Are you aware of any special security precautions for this room?
Security? Who would want anything from here? Bunch of papers, juiced uncomfortable chairs, dowdy rugs and so on? In any case, only cads would cover what don't belong to them, not the sporting thing. We don't encourage that type here.
The man's an idiot.
But a gentleman.
Clean up that mess, Mr. Holmes, and don't touch any other boxes.
Is there anything more that you wish to tell me, Whitney?
There is, in fact, a great deal I would wish to tell you, Mr. Holmes, but I value my situation. I know you to be an ill-mannered extortionist, a bully with powerful connections, a likely pyromaniac and thief. Still, I say nothing, except to get out. There is nothing for you here.
Civility might have saved you from your hard tuition, Whitney, but with a dolt such as you, I doubt it. The brown stain is water-based.
Is it tea or coffee?
Neither, I suspect. Not vegetable or animal matter. I'd wager it's an alkaline salt, and there's a hint of something bitter. Decisively bitter, but too faint to say more.
Is it my imagination, or has the stain darkened slightly?
I think you're right, Watson. I suspect potassium cyanide or thiosulfate of soda. Both are photographers' fixatives. Both are light sensitive. I'll analyze a piece of the stain in a sulfate solution. The yellow result will show I'm on the right track.
Fine, Holmes, but please maintain the integrity of the document.
Looks like a strong solution of potassium cyanide. The proper nitrate will provide the emblematic Prussian blue.
You've got the result, but what does it mean?
The formula has almost certainly been photographically copied. Our search continues. Let's be off, Watson, while the scent is fresh.
I'm no tracking hound, Holmes, but I know how to hunt.
Won't be a moment, gentlemen. The sample portraits are my calling cards. Feast your eyes and help yourselves.
Mr. Hargrove, my name is Holmes. I'd like to ask you a few questions.
I never haggle over price. You may check my book for an available sitting.
Thank you, no. I merely require some information.
Mr. Humes, is it? Information is not my business. I am an artist.
You're too modest, sir. You may know much to my purpose. Your business is thriving in a competitive market. How do you account for your success?
Quality will out. People of taste appreciate my work.
Whom do you honor with red ink?
My memory for minutiae is terrible. Like all great artists, I must write down everything to do with commerce. Forget my own name one day.
You either began this business in infancy or your card contains a printer's error. Surely your studio was not established in 1846.
No. Yes. I mean, well, not precisely. The public appreciates a business with longevity. I, as it happens, was established on that date in 1846.
I would have thought your clientele would reward a less traditional sensibility. But I'm not in business, am I? Born in a leap year under the sign of Aquarius, were you?
Quite.
I see you are on the national telephone.
This is not an exchange, Mr. Humes. There is a public instrument in the post office at Marble Arch.
I saw the portrait you did for my friend, Lord Lawton, and his fiancée.
And you were impressed. They are a handsome couple, are they not? Might I do the same for you and your intended?
Not at the moment. Do you use gold chloride to tone your paper?
Never. My printing out paper is unique, sir. The finest Godin gelatin silver. But instead of chloride, I use well, another salt. I trust you're not going to become a competitor.
Where do you keep duplicate negatives?
I have no storage facilities.
What if Lady Lockridge were to lose or damage hers?
A truly skillful photographer could achieve something with the positive, but that's beside the point. You had other business with me.
Most studios now use the collodion development process, do they not?
They do, and I say let them. I provide choices. My unique collodion technique produces distinctively excellent results which cannot be imitated by any jackass who calls himself a photographer.
Is not all collodion development basically the same? Phenol to reduce, sodium sulfite for control, and the thiosulfate solution to fix.
Excuse my snorting. Your ignorance is common. I won't divulge my methods, but I will say, for example, that cyanide in skilled hands is a better fixative than thiosulfate could ever be.
I believe I've happened upon a sample of your work, Mr. Hargrove.
You're a collector, then? I'll have to number you among my admirers, Mr. Helms.
The name is Holmes, Sherlock Holmes.
I've heard that name, I'm sure. What do you have?
You've been playing a very dangerous game, Hargrove, and I intend to put you out. You'll want more privacy, I think. Let's go in back. It appears that Lady Lockridge was reluctant to have her own dubious taste exposed to scrutiny.
That seems a harsh indictment. Bad taste is not the same as bad character.
Do not reproach me for giving voice to a sentiment you share. I saw your expression at her home, and I observe your expression now.
You're right. I should know that round you I can never seem to be better than I am.
Nor can the photographer, Doctor. Pay attention to him. Lady Lockridge's misgivings may be based on more than society's gossip. Despite your best efforts, Doctor, it appears I am not a household word in all quarters.
So I remarked. Such ignorance might be exploitable. You have no special privileges here. Go peddle your ridiculous accusations elsewhere, or I shall call the police.
No, Mr. Hargrove. The tables have turned. I may call them myself. Remark, Watson. Pornography is so predictable.
That is a libelous characterization. I am an artist.
We won't argue the point now. Let's just say you're an idiot. I have no doubt that this is what Lawton was afraid of. This is what caused him to agree to terminate the ministry investigation.
I'm hopeful that you'll explain yourself.
Given his penchant for self-promotion, why is none of his work displayed?
Perhaps it is too artistic for exhibition.
True. Salacious subject matter thrives on reputation, but it requires occasional viewing. Perhaps he keeps his naughty bits secreted away, as young boys hide French postcards. Do you know the woman in the photo?
She certainly looks familiar.
She should. It's a somewhat younger Alexandra, the Princess of Wales. The plan was diabolical, Watson, and I've been a dunce. Early on, I dismissed the idea of a compromising composite.
Not surprisingly, the idea never crossed my mind. But why did you reject the notion?
I refused to believe Lawton so weak as to risk his nation's security on the strength of a bogus picture, even one that might scotch his marriage prospects. I never dreamed that a royal person would be fitted up as his fictitious partner.
I see. Circulation of such a photo would initiate a scandal. It would sully the monarchy, shake the government, and ruin his personal hopes with Lady Lockridge.
His behavior becomes comprehensible, but not forgivable. He is culpable in this matter. There is still a price for foolishness, though he may not have to pay it in public. Central Exchange? This is the Lord Mayor's office. A document here requires urgent delivery, but I only have the party's telephone number. Can you supply me with the address, please? Holborn 232. That's just beyond the viaduct, is it? Thank you. Mystery importing indeed. Please connect me to Holborn 232. I beg your pardon. Wrong number. Someone is there, Watson.
Excellent.
No doubt your avocation is more lucrative than conventional portraiture.
My business is hardly your concern.
To your misfortune, Hargrove, you and what you are pleased to call your business have become obsessions. Watson, you might ring Lestrade. Tell him to bring a warrant for this reprobate. We're dealing with a habitual criminal, traitor, pornographer, and who knows what else.
Hold on now. You're not the police. Don't be hasty.
Whose telephone number have you kept? Is it Scarrett's?
Please, Mr. Holmes, I beg you.
If you expect me to care, you'll have to say more.
I cannot. I will not.
You face ruination and prison, and still you will not help yourself. Who is capable of causing such fear? Not Scarrett, I think. Silence will neither serve nor save you, Hargrove. When I find this fiend, and I will, I'll let it be known that you betrayed him. Mr. Hargrove, I'm in a position to do you very little good and a great deal of harm.
Is that intended as a warning?
It is simply a fact. Remember it as we speak.
If you insist, Mr. Holmes, I shall try. It must queue up as one of many urgent claims on my memory.
A photographer's chemicals have much in common with those used in the manufacture of explosives.
I'm a novice, as you witnessed.
Cellulose nitrates are the basis of high explosives. Is our photographer a bomber?
I doubt it, and so do you.
Are you ready to proceed, Doctor? The case increases in interest.
And in danger, I imagine. Should the police be notified?
I'd rather circulation of the stories of the ministry theft and the extortion involving a royal person be severely restricted.
Perhaps Hargrove should be immobilized. I wouldn't want Major Mystery or Scarrett prepared for our arrival.
No. Hargrove has parted company with the Major. If he follows his form, the Major will demand swift and violent retribution for the betrayal. Lestrade affords him the only protection he can expect this side of heaven. He won't do anything that might alienate the institution that can protect him. Do we understand one another, Hargrove?
Perfectly. I never saw the formula or the royal person. You were never here. Give me the telephone. Perhaps Lestrade could find me a private cell while his office undertakes a lengthy investigation into an accusation of pornography. I'll suggest it.
That wasn't too difficult. Let's not announce our presence.
Should you weary of your work, you might consider a career in unlawful entry. Your expertise exceeds that of a cat burglar.
I believe I hear snoring.
Pipe down then. Our advantage will be lost. Do you wish to visit Bart's as a patient? That door's solid oak.
The key's in place, but my pinky's too big to shift it.
A lucky thing, too. What good would it have done to dislodge it?
I heard a distinct clink. We've likely lost the element of surprise. I'm an idiot, Watson.
Nonsense, Holmes. Perhaps it didn't fall far from the door. If he hasn't heard us before now, that noise won't alert him. Gentlemen, I was resting my eyes. I didn't...
Stay where you are, Mystery. Speak when spoken to and keep your hands in view.
I'm sure we need none of that at 221B.
It may be evidence.
Of what? Those who live in glass houses?
I take your point, Watson.
Will you waste time at this critical juncture?
The line is active. I don't think anyone else should use it.
Are you trying to cause a hernia? Mycroft might be interested in this, or perhaps Scotland Yard.
Have you lost your mind, Holmes? Control your temper. You'll only mutilate your hand. That glass is specially hardened. Couldn't break it with a hammer.
I will have that trident, Watson.
You are cruel, Mr. Holmes. Poor, defenseless creatures.
It is typically repulsive and perverted that you reserve your sympathy for things vicious by nature rather than inclination. Look here, Watson. Evidence so dear to the heart of Scotland Yard. Are you still smug, Mr. A?
I think so little of your acumen, let alone your evidence. Silence will serve me best. None of those things can be tied to me.
I don't wonder you've lost your voice. All your plans have now gone south. Your attempt to compromise British security has failed utterly.
What have you found, Holmes?
Enough to cook a very tough goose. German currency, a wad of fibres, and the photographic negative of Dewar's formula. Major Mystery, I am Sherlock Holmes.
Were he here, I'm sure Mystery, that's Mysteray, would excuse your common mispronunciation of his name. I am Jeremiah M. Story, an acquaintance.
If you like, why not Jose Ray Martin? Never mind. Offal by any other name smells the same.
Your speech, Mr. Holmes, is as offensive as your presence is unwanted. To what do I owe this unorthodox intrusion?
To crime, you scoundrel. Your crimes and those of your despicable surrogates have brought me here. Your insidious scheme has unraveled completely, Mr. A. Will you confess your part in it?
I would deem your declaration to be less than worthless if I knew what you were talking about.
Your plan to sell Professor Dewar's formula to von Bismarck is ruined. Your client has killed himself, and his copy of the formula is seized. The crimes committed to support your plan have failed. I'm about to tie an adamantine knot around a large and cruel conspiracy, and you are the rope. Plain enough?
Talk is cheaper and your time less valuable than I had imagined.
Like an East End doss house, this entire affair reeks of drugs.
Tilt on, Mr. Holmes. That's not illegal. In any case, I'm just a visitor here.
Perhaps I can make you sorry that you've extended your stay.
You've already accomplished that modest goal.
You share artistic tastes with the depraved photographer Hargrove.
Whoever that is, presumably it is not a crime to appreciate great art.
No, but it is the other side of lawful to possess it without the benefit of a bill of sale.
I'll tell Mr. A you were concerned.
This string is played out, Mr. A. Where is the scurrilous composite of Lord Lawton and Princess Alexandra? Does Vincent Scarrett have it?
You continue to allude to matters about which I have no knowledge.
My eye, I'm sure you've insulated yourself from direct involvement in these several crimes. As you won't give up, Scarrett, we'll let Scotland Yard and your underworld colleagues sort it out. I'll parcel out the details in my own manner. The report will not show you in good light.
Vincent is like a son to me, Mr. Holmes, but I'm truly mortified by these vile allegations. If he has wandered beyond the bounds of good judgment, and it appears from what I've seen and heard that he might have done, I could hazard a guess about where he might be found, providing Lestrade and the others you mentioned may be kept out of this.
I'm listening, Mr. A. Naturally, I will have to test your veracity.
A nasty den on the river is his favorite haunt. Place has a nautical name. Vincent's a bit rough on the margins with a few unfortunate habits.
Your appraisal is too modest. He is in fact a brutal killer, a cruel extortionist, and an unredeemable villain.
That's as may be. But you'll discover he's as docile as a house cat. I warn you, any calumny against me will fall on deaf ears. He may turn mute.
I will find his tongue. How do you find the mastermind of this criminal enterprise?
Appearances must be deceiving, Holmes. He looks like my estate agent.
Do not underestimate him, Watson. The range of this conspiracy is decisive proof that behind the tranquil facade lives a malignant brain. He commands a network of thugs and vulnerable dupes. No crime is too great for their collective contemplation and execution. In every man's misfortune, he sees an opportunity to do harm. I'd venture there are a multitude of crimes recorded in this ledger.
Perhaps, but what little is legible is incomprehensible.
Mycroft might find it diverting. He subscribes to Poe's notion that there is no enigma that human ingenuity can construct, that human ingenuity, with proper application, may not resolve. The connection between Skerritt and Pratt is finally clear, Watson. They were opium eaters.
Indeed? I didn't see it. I don't see it still.
Hargrove saw it, and Lloyd Jones smelled it. The two met, smoked, and shared secrets common to their addiction. Unbeknownst to Pratt, Skerritt was trawling for information, and he hooked it.
You mean he learned that Pratt was a ministry clerk with access to sensitive documents?
Yes. He learned all about Mycroft's ministry committee. The foibles and frailties of the members would be well known to Pratt, especially Lawton. They would be fine topics for conversation.
So Skerritt coerced him to steal the formula with something he learned during their sessions. What might they have had on him?
Debts? Evidence of unethical or immoral behavior? Perhaps they threatened him with death or mutilation. I've been gathering wool, Watson. I had this information and didn't put it together. You stay here. I will see Skerritt in his den, or know the reason why.
Will you go alone? Hold on. I thought our business was completed. I've given you Vincent.
You were mistaken. Skerritt is a servant, and you are his master. He can do everything for you except serve your jail sentence.
Easy, Holmes. Haste makes waste, or whatever cliché might bring you to your senses. Let's bring Lestrade into this now.
Do you think Skerritt will simply slink away as the net closes around him? The man is capable of anything, and he tried to kill my brother.
Your zeal has overcome your judgment. Don't be rash in your rush for revenge. If you go to that den as you are, you'll come to harm.
Don't fear. I will travel incognito, but I must take my chances alone. He must not get wind of all that has happened. Guard Mr. A. Watson. Farewell. We shall meet again.
Merde! Shovel! Take a hike! Merde!
You know a fellow named Skerritt?
Never heard of him. Never saw him. Wouldn't tell you if I had done. Bugger off.
I got a message for him.
Don't matter. Me mum said never speak with strangers. Take a hike. Shovel!
Did you know Thomas Pratt? Or do you know anyone who knew him?
You the police?
No, we're friends of his.
You look like them.
Friends?
Police! Blast your eyes! Shove off! Shove off! Shove off!
May I purchase a packet of matches for my pipe?
Matches is gratis for my customers and back. Smoking tobacco's a filthy habit. I sell alcohol here. If you don't want to drink, take a hike.
I smell something strange. Perhaps I'll just walk back there.
And I'll tear you a new ear hole. Entrance is by special permit only. You ain't welcome. Seamen, sailors and their friends. That's who I cater to.
Did you know Thomas Pratt?
Not by name. Who sent you?
Nobody sent us.
I don't want nobody here that nobody sent. Damnation, blast and bloody hell. Nosy persons give me ulcers. Damn if they don't.
I could ask the authorities to take an interest in your establishment.
Wait till Tuesday. The number 3 from the Scotland Yard is here with his secretary. Never misses. Now take a hike before you hurt yourself. Take a hike! Merde!
I need a nautical ensemble stitch. Can you help?
A late invitation to a dress ball, Mr. Holmes. Never go wrong as Lord Nelson.
Admiral of the Fleet is too patrician. Something much further down the ranks would serve me better.
But there's plenty of seaman's gear in the back. A patch and spike will sell the look. Just return 'em as you found 'em.
Any advice on how to carry off the disguise?
Well, avoid arg or shiver me timbers, you'll do fine. You remembered us from the matchbox. It pays to advertise. You're moving in the right direction.
Take a hike.
They'll buy you green tea at Lyons or something stronger in the back.
You part ways to Nirvana.
Shovel!
Give me a place in the back, mate.
That's not how it's done, old salt. Been here before, have you?
Seen your mug half a dozen times, you Tasmanian devil.
There's something familiar about you. You know my rules, then?
They just slipped out of mind.
No strangers, no credit, no noise, no exceptions.
Better have a gin to wet my whistle.
Your whistle's almost drowned by the sound of it, mate, but I never argue with a sailor what knows his mind when he's carrying a marlin spike.
You've got your lucre. The matches is my bona fides, all right?
Fine as far as it goes, mate, but you still owe me something.
I'm trying to lose my troubles and you put more in my way.
Just protecting my business. I've got a reputation. Can't let just anybody back there. Now tell me what I want to hear or take a hike.
Shovel!
You and your parrot aren't Freemasons, are you? Or explorers?
Damnation, blasting bloody hell, what are you talking about?
Nothing, I suppose.
Don't play around. You've worn out your welcome. What's the words?
Take a hike! Going east?
I think I remember the word you're looking for.
I'm all ears. All right then, go on through. Pipes are on the left. Remember now, no trouble, no noise.
Deranged as you are, Skerritt, I'm not surprised you seek consolation in this den of iniquity.
Interfere with me at your peril, sailor. You don't know what you're dealing with.
False. You're a vicious criminal. Fortunately for the rest of us, your competence is not equal to your intent. My brother survived the outrage at the Diogenes. Young Silverbridge is safely rescued, and the Ministry formula never left the country. Even in your brutal and senseless murder of the hapless Pratt, you lost your gun. Not a good innings for you. Consider yourself detained. You'll be hanged at Crown expense.
It's the great Holmes, is it, in that sailor gear? Go peddle your papers. The police have no proof I've committed a crime.
Not yet, but I have a witness who saw you execute Pratt. Your defeat is total. Your paramour is dead, likewise your Prussian client. The ill-gotten money has been seized along with your patron. Incidentally, contrary to popular opinion, there is no honour among thieves. Mr. A betrayed you in an instant.
Did you think you would talk me into submission? I should have done you on the Cambridge train. I didn't see the reason then, but it's clear I might have saved myself some trouble. So to all vermin.
Drop it, Skerritt. Your real trouble is about to begin.
Fine disguise, Holmes. Your mother wouldn't know you. But what's happened here? I heard shots.
Skerritt gave me no selection, Watson. He is dead by a bullet from his own gun, and disposed of. Perhaps Needham will make a half-crown from his body. What was I playing at? I should have known he would have had another weapon. Where is Mr. A, by the way?
I handed him over to the inspectors you sent. They slipped the derbies on him and let him off.
The diabolical sod is clever, Watson. He deceived you. I sent no one. Pride goes before the fall, they say. We'll get another chance at him.
I'm feeling a bit unsteady, Holmes. Might we leave?
Of course, Doctor. A wash and a stiff scotch will set us to rights. The man who tried to kill Mycroft is dead. I rather wish I didn't feel so good about it. It will pass. Mycroft must be informed. I don't relish the prospect of seeing Matron again.
Perhaps she's warmed to you.
No more than a lap rug might warm the polar cap. I'll write to him first. We'll look in on Mycroft when he returns to the arms.
Yes, so your message said. Wonderfully detailed, by the way. The Minister was most impressed. Your discretion was widely appreciated. The death of this Skerritt fellow was unavoidable. You had no choice.
I didn't think your health enough improved to attend my funeral.
Most thoughtful. Any news of his ludicrously named employer?
Major Mystery is at large.
Well, you tied up the other bits very nicely. Carter is pleased. I've heard from Silverbridge. Even Lawton is chastened. You have just cause for celebration.
Mr. Holmes, you're not resting. Matron specifically warned me that your brother would overstay his allotted time. He has interfered with your feeding.
Very well, sister. He and Dr. Watson are just leaving. You may bring in that gruel masquerading as food. We only have a moment, Sherlock. I don't wish Matron to receive a bad report. My minister informs me that a certain gracious lady has requested your attendance at Kensington. Please wear a clean cravat. My thanks for all you've done.
Best not keep her waiting. Be well, brother. Watson?
My appreciation, Mr. Holmes. I don't mind saying that your account was more enlightening than the PM's. You're certain my grandson was not implicated in the travesty?
Absolutely, ma'am. The Kaiser was truly outraged by the theft. His assistance in apprehending the malefactors was invaluable.
Your sovereign and your nation are grateful for your discreet and expeditious handling of this delicate matter, Mr. Holmes. And if you will pardon the language, this mystery seems the scum of the earth.
Your language is always appropriate, ma'am.
I'm ashamed of my part in this, ma'am. I trust there is no reason for the Prince of Wales to learn of it. I should think not. I regret that Bertie is far from a model of discretion in these matters. And you are not culpable, Alexandra. It was that Lawton fellow. Lawton behaved a perfect fool, Your Majesty. But I was not blameless. I was so grateful when he cleaned up the awful mess Prince Eddie made. I don't believe I could have denied Lawton anything he asked. Perhaps I was flirting a little. Still, it was most unwise to have sent such a photograph. I apologize, ma'am. Ancient history, my dear. Think no more of it. This story need not leave this room at any time soon, Mr. Holmes.
Indeed not, Your Majesty. The public, the police, and most of the government shall remain ignorant of the entire matter. The formula is secure. The composite has been recovered. Most of the villains have paid the ultimate penalty for their crimes. I'm sure one of the late Prince's charities can find a use for the Prussians' money.
Thank you. Now, indulge me for a moment more. Brown, if you will. Please assume the customary position. For services to country and crown, I dub thee Knight of the Distinguished Service Order. Arise. This honour, like the rest of this wretched matter, must remain a secret. I'm sorry.
If I have rendered service to my brother, to my country, and to you, ma'am, I am justly and handsomely rewarded.
Nicely said, Sir Sherlock. Doctor, Brown will show you out.
A grateful and generous sovereign is a fine thing, Holmes.
Indeed, but no better than a true friend. My thanks for all you did, Watson. The case has concluded, Watson. Are you near finishing your account?
I've recorded most of its events, those I witnessed and those you told me about, but the historical record demands a summary. Some issues are not entirely clear.
I am not surprised. This was a most peculiar and troubling matter.
I admired your reasoning early on that the three investigations were linked. The suppression of the inquiry and the attempt on Mycroft were in support of the theft. Nevertheless, I lost my way through the investigation a number of times.
You were not alone. I call to your attention the complexity of the conspiracy, its political, diplomatic and military implications, the dazzling audacity of the villains, the calculated cruelty in support of treason. Is it any wonder we made a false start or two?
I must say that it did not help that you were enraged by the attempt on Mycroft's life.
I accept that criticism. My anger may have been as much of a debility as it was an inspiration. But I was not prepared for any solution to the matter which did not include the apprehension of his would-be assassin.
Fortunately, he turned out to be a person we wanted for other reasons. Are you satisfied with the disposition of the committee members?
They will answer to Mycroft. Everybody in this case but he was self-interested. To varying degrees, they were petty, mean, foolish, greedy, ambitious, vicious, or just plain stupid. Some had better reasons than others. Those will serve as mitigation.
Why did you let Lawton off so easily? The man is a self-righteous idiot who has gambled his way into debt and must make an unpleasant marriage to get out of it.
My anger is spent, Watson. Should more lives be ruined by this wretched business? I could produce the chain of evidence that would cook his goose, but royal involvement made it very fragile. He will suffer for his deeds, I guarantee it.
I suspect that you knew the composite was the crux of the case much earlier than you revealed to me.
That is a just and succinct summation, Watson. We should let it rest there.
Amazing, Holmes. Should I live 100 years, I'm sure I shall never meet your equal.
My thanks, Watson. Major Mr. A, I think, would warmly disagree with your generous praise. No doubt we shall have to deal with him in time. There was no real acquiescence in the man. He will find another cat's paw to do his bidding. I believe I could sacrifice my life gladly if such a man could be eliminated. The Bosworth emeralds have gone missing. Disappeared into thin air, apparently. Police are mystified. That's hardly newsworthy. It's their natural state.
You'll be asked to put your head to that puzzlement before too long, or I'm no judge of the skills of Scotland Yard. Speaking of which, how was your interview with Lestrade?
He's not happy. But what can he do? His corpses are identified, the crimes which caused them are solved. He's ignorant of the political implications, of course. Speaking of which, I suppose Bismarck's future is not very bright. I shouldn't be surprised to see him dismissed ignominiously in the near future. I don't know if that will be a good or bad thing for the Kaiser, or for England.
All of Europe is tending toward a tizzy, Holmes. When the old Queen dies, there will be war, I'll wager.
I'm afraid you may be right. Fights among families are often the most bitter. Still, she's good for some years, I imagine. We will keep her confidence, won't we, Doctor?
I've taken measures, Holmes. The privacy of the royal family will be protected. For a century, anyhow. Play that phrase again, will you?